Right, hello there. Just doing a little mic check. My internet connection seems to be moody as hell today. Interesting. Doesn't seem to be able to settle. Everything else seems to be working though. Twitch is running, YouTube's running. We need to swap over internet connections. Anyway, hello, I'm Dread Mechanic. I'm back for some more of this survival server fun. Who have we got on the chat already? Kieran, hello, and Aya Building Beats, such an awesome song. Hey guys, how you doing? Yeah, I love that Prototech remix, the Another Laughing Man track on the SE2 soundtrack contest is amazing. Right, my internet connection will not settle. Give me a second, I'm just going to try the other one. It might disconnect for it. There we go. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, that seems more stable, hopefully. OBS ain't dropping out and going into the red. Okay, that looks good. Right, we'll carry on. We'll pretend that little hiccup didn't happen. So, since last time... Oh, give me a second. What are you doing, YouTube? Oh, you're fine. Door closed on me. Right, okay. Since last time, I've done a little bit of work on the base. I've expanded things slightly. Cleaned some stuff up. Tidied some bits up. I think I showed off the new docking platform for the workhorse last time. Made some more platforms here for the crane and other things. That is a mech I'm working on at the moment. I'll show him more off in a minute, because he is broken currently. My warehouse is well underway, although I accidentally removed the charging port for him when I redid that wall line, but that's fine. I can actually weld that back on way easier with the weld pads. So yeah, we've got a basic floor pattern for the warehouse that I'm slowly putting together. Got a bunch of stuff welded down to it now, so it's actually serving its purpose. Now I've got a bunch of loose stuff hanging around. And then over here, I've started laying out the basics for a proper workshop for mech building. This thing's alright. This was just a temporary sort of solution. I may end up turning this into something else entirely. Maybe another building, maybe more docking pads for something else, but this pad is eventually gonna go. And I want to build a proper warehouse over here for proper mech building. I want to put actual platforms and things in it that make it easier to build. Because so far, everything I've built on this platform, I've pretty much just ended up, when I've needed to get access to something higher up, I've just ended up going, that's the easiest option, and just putting a ramp or something down. I want something with dedicated things to move me around so I can access different areas, but that is a long-term project. Come back to that later on. It is, however, the middle of the night, so it'll be an absolute pain to go and do anything yet. But I have built this little thing here that I've dubbed the Paper Wasp. It's a little sort of exploration and recovery craft thing. I was doing a whole bunch of what are they called? The retrieval missions, the salvage missions, the missions where you go and find basically a little pod and bring it back to the base. I've been using him to run a load of those missions, saved up loads of money, and then accidentally wasted it all on my services terminal, extracting one of my mechs, because I've got this now to store things that aren't currently in use. And I foolishly clicked that expedite button without reading the cost. I ended up spending £500,000 in one go. So I need to go and make some more money now. I nearly had £1,000,000 saved up, and then I rinsed half of it, not reading the fine print. I was like hearing, how does blueprints and projectors work? Let me read that again. How does blueprints and projectors work? the BP when looking straight in the front of my BP, and when I project different things, it seems random from the orientation that comes. Oh! Yeah, the orientation of blueprints is a weird one. As far as I'm aware, the blueprint is taken from the orientation and position of the block you have selected. So if I made a blueprint of him from here, that would end up being the central point of the blueprint, and it'd be facing away from me. Which is, I think, a lot of the problems people have when doing the blueprints and stuff. The blueprint projector is expecting you to load the blueprint in front-facing, but most people make their blueprints from the front of their mech, so it goes in rear-facing, and it confuses all of the dimensions on the projector. When I'm making blueprints for projections, I always do them from the back. I don't know if that's still true or whether they've fixed that, but that used to be an issue that I encountered a while back. Yeah, I'm not an expert in projectors or blueprints. I think that's how it works, but you can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that. Yeah, anyway, we've got the paper wasp. He's a little flyer. He's got these little claws in the back for grabbing stuff. I know I could just use the landing gear on its feet to do the exact same thing, but sometimes you want to carry stuff and be able to land comfortably too. So he's got this little claw set up in the back that can grab blocks, and it's actually surprisingly clang-free. I've set up an event controller for each of the arms so that when the mag plate detects something it can lock down to, it stops the velocity of the rotor, so it's not pushing against whatever it's trying to mag plate to and creating phantom forces. So all of them essentially move into position. When they can lock, they lock down, but they also stop pushing, and that way it doesn't try to do weird phantom force death rolls. But he works pretty well. He's actually quite good for doing those little scouting missions. I'm just kind of waiting for the sun to come up so I can do some of that stuff, because I hate doing those missions in the dark. It is so dark, it is so difficult to tell where the mountains are, and I've nearly gone smack into the side of a mountain several times. So I'm going to wait for the sun. So, other than that, I have been experimenting with another mech. I based his frame off the forklifter, but added an extra set of legs, and then when I took him out and tested him, I crashed the damn thing, smashed up this leg, and smashed up half of that leg, so they need replacing. I also need to fundamentally rework some of this design, because I thought it'd be cheeky and put some thrusters under here on the bottom side of the legs, so we can essentially have like a jump pack. What I forgot though was that subgrid is also attached to a hinge, so as soon as these thrusters fire, these hinges start getting very, very, very upset. Hinges do not like being on the same grid as active thrusters. They just cannot take the forces, and they start clanging out. They don't start clanging, they start making horrible sounds and sparking. So I either need to completely redesign the legs and remove the thrusters and do something else with them, or I need to swap these hinges out for rotors instead. Because rotors do not mind thrusters. They have no problem with them. Hinges absolutely hate thrusters. So that is something I need to work on at some point. But I kind of want to get the workshop built before I do that, because these legs are big and chunky. And it's easy enough to move stuff around with grabby hands when it's light and small, but big things like that are a little bit more tricky. And I've still not decided exactly how I'm going to redo those legs and get a rotor in there instead. Bum 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 bum. What else have we got? So, yeah, it's still the middle of the night. I need to put some lights. Oh yeah, I can finish that off. I need to put some lights up on those solar panels so I can tell what orientation they are in the dark, because I've essentially been using them like a clock. I can tell where the sun is from the position of those solar panels, but I can't see them in the dark. Well, while we wait for the sun to come up, I'm going to weld up some of this stuff. Oh yeah, I was also doing the floor, wasn't I? With the warehouse. Yeah, we'll just weld a bunch of stuff while we wait for the sun. We would have some resources saved up. But yeah, that platform is eventually going to move and go away. Yeah, we'll sort out that with bits of floor first. Oh yeah, you need plugging back into the wall. Lots of things to do. Where were we up to? We were up to this patch, weren't we? So yeah, I think we got the warehouse done. So that and that. Yeah, I think we got my warehouse floor done. I've divided it all up into little sections. Mostly just for the visual aesthetic. I'll probably end up just filling it with junk, but it looks quite nice at the moment. And then decide what kind of roof I'm putting on it. I don't really want all my stuff exposed to the open air. I just haven't bothered to build the roof until I figured out what I was doing with the floor. Where are we? That light. Section of floor. What have I got? I've got one last section of floor panels to build. That's pretty good actually. That's not too bad. Copy all of that. Paste onto that. Groovy. Right, let's get this last section of floor done. Hopefully the sun will be up soon. 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we've got the walkway and the wall. Cool. 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, I just laid it all out in steel plate to begin with while I figured out what I was doing. Do I have the stuff on me? Yeah, I've got enough bits to lay out some floors. Cool. What do I need? Floor decal. 4 pieces. Oop. That looked like it up there. Bum 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 bum. That's the wrong way round. And then we have an interior light in the middle. Lovely. Right, that is my warehouse floor. Nearly done. Yeah, as you can tell, I've done a little bit of exploring and a little bit of scrapping. I've started to build up a nice little stockpile of bits. I've got quite a few thrusters in some pretty good conditions as well. That one is absolutely complete. Didn't have to do anything with that one, I just had to drag it home. Yeah, I've got a few bits that need a little bit of fixing up. You need some metal grids, but otherwise you're pretty functional. And then there's a whole bunch that are missing loads of thruster components, and I just kept them mostly for spare parts in case I find other bits to fix them with. But Yeah, getting a little stockpile of bits now. Oh yeah, I need to do something with that large cargo container still. I need to figure out exactly where I want to keep some storage space for stuff. And then weld him down there. Where am I going? Oh yeah, that's another reason I need to finish up that conveyor line over there, so I've got conveyor access on this side. So I keep having to run half a mile to find stuff at the moment. Bum ba bum bum bum. You like switching to third person when I'm welding. It can be pretty boring just having that flash go off in your face constantly. Run out of bits again, haven't we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's the limit. You can only have 8. So yeah, I've got a few ideas for the construction workshop I want to build. I want to do something that's got a few sort of piston platforms in the floor that can lift me up to different heights and access different parts of different mechs. I don't want to go absolutely mad with subgrids on it, because I don't want to freak the server out with just my base, but I do need to build something that is slightly more accessible and not just me continuously just putting ramps down and then deleting them 2 seconds later. But we'll figure that out. Bum, ba, bum, bum. Come on, sunshine. I want to go and do stuff. It's a nightmare flying night. Although I did add a mod for the spotlights, so they're a little bit more powerful now, but it is still pretty treacherous flying in the dark, particularly if you get caught out in a sandstorm. There have been a few occasions where I've nearly gone smack into the side of a mountain. Where are we up to? We're up to there. Cool. Alright, that floor's nearly done. So yeah, I definitely need to do more work on this guy over here. I need to fix him up a bit. Because I want him to be a kind of... I want him to be sort of a general day-to-day exploration kind of mech. Multi-purpose kind of thing. Because he's got... Oh yeah, that's a point. Whilst out and about, I found a crash and I found a little chunk of silver ingots. So I now have some tier 2 tools, and I built myself another survival kit on here. I want this dude to, like I said, be a sort of exploration mech, something I can go wandering in and not have to worry about dying and then losing him and respawning back dozens of miles away. So I put a survival kit. He's also got O2 gen and a couple of hydrogen engines somewhere. Oh yeah, they're on the side of that pod. So he's got a bunch of like life support stuff on that pod. He's also got an assault cannon set up on the front. So I was hoping to maybe use him to snipe the weapons off pirate bases from a distance. Then he's got the drive mode and the walk mode I've been building for all the mechs. The only problem is, because I put that third set of legs in, I can't quite get the ladder in the exact same place as the forklift and mech has it, so it's not quite as nice, but let's put it in spectator so I can actually see in the dark. Where are we? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, he's got a load of batteries, he's got a big modular cargo container for storing stuff in that I find. And he's got, like I said, he's got a custom assault cannon turret. I kind of want to redesign a little bit, I'm not super happy with it. But yeah, other than the little crash incident, he does work pretty well. And with all the big chunky tyres, he's pretty robust at just flying across the desert. The issue was when I tried to fly him, or tried to use his jump pack, and landed funny. Smashed some legs to pieces. But yeah, I do want to fix him up as soon as possible. Because yeah, while I was out and about the other day, I did spot a pirate base. It's probably despawned by now, but it gave me the idea that I want to go and fight some pirates. Or at least try and steal their stuff. Because I find lots of the NPC trader bases knocking about. I don't really want to upset all the NPC factions. I nicked this base off one of them just because I needed to get a foothold on the server somehow. Yeah, I'd rather go raiding bad guys than raiding potential NPC allies. Yeah, I need to start making money. I'm bored of being bottlenecked by this assembler. I want to just make some money and then just go and buy a load of stuff off somebody. Rather than do all this nonsense. So yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what kind of economic niche I could fill on this server. Because without making like a store block mod to put my blueprint into, it's not going to be easy to sell mech designs. So I'm thinking maybe I could essentially make a showroom of mech ideas and then potentially build them like custom orders essentially. One of the other players on the server wants a robot, they can pick one from my designs and I'll have to custom build it from scratch. And then build them to order. Because I'm also trying to think of a way I could get some like projector stuff going on in the workshop I'm going to build, so I can like project the pieces and then stick them together again. Because all of the programming for most of my mechs is on the main body, and the way I do it, I use a lot of groups for things. So, ow. So theoretically, once I've projected... flying again. Theoretically, once I've projected the body of my mechs, all the limbs and stuff can just be attached, and as long as the various bits on them get tagged into the right groups, a lot of the programming will just sort itself out. So yeah, there might be a way I could essentially make a load of parts for stuff with projectors and then glue them together. Because yeah, unfortunately we can't project subgrids, so making custom orders for things with subgrids is a little trickier than just setting up a printer and printing off a single grid ship. Selling ships like that is easy. Because someone's already expressed interest in wanting a workhorse, and I'm happy to sell them one. I'm just trying to work out the easiest way to make another. I think it might have to be like that. Sort of project the main body, get that printed, that'll have all the programming, and then just maybe print out and weld up some leg sections and slap them on. Double check the program and make sure it all works, and hopefully that'll do the trick. Ooh yay, sandstorms. Alright. The sun is on its way up again, I think, or that might just be the haze from the sandstorm. It is hard to tell. But I'm going to go and do a little bit more iron mining. And we'll get to the point where I don't have to mine anymore, because I absolutely hate it. Although admittedly, mining in Space Engineers is probably one of the better ways I've seen it done in a survival crafting type game. Most games it's just run over to a rock, drill the rock, go back home, wait for the rock to respawn. And that's kind of boring and not realistic. I like the way SE does it with the whole voxel thing. It means you've got a finite amount of resources, and you have to think about how to use them rather than just running back to the same rock and waiting for it to respawn again. I.e. Ark Survival. Lots of other games.
Inventory full.
I ran out with an inventory full of crap again, didn't I? Yep, do it every single time. Yet to clear my inventory before I go mining. Oh, hey Fonzio, how you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, just pop it all in there. My connection doing? Yeah, this connection seems a lot more stable than the other one. Get some more out the roof. Make the best use of all these resources while they're there.
Inventory full.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm not too worried about mining a bit of stone at the moment. I actually want a bit of stone. Because my big forklifter mech, I have been testing out an idea of using gravel as counterweight for him. So I've actually done a few stone mining runs just to get a bit of gravel to chuck in his bins at the back. So I basically stuck to two of the sort of standard size small grid cargo containers on the back of him, and I've just been filling them with gravel to act as more counterweight, and it's actually working really well.
Inventory full.
I tried the same little trick for my little forklift as well, and it seems quite a decent trick. Because what, beyond like reactor components, gravel doesn't do a whole lot. I don't think it's used in many recipes at all. So yeah, I've just been filling my forklift trucks with gravel slowly. Just giving them more and more counterweight at the back. Yeah, and it works surprisingly well.
Inventory full.
Right, is that it? Are we good for are we full of iron? Is the workhorse full of iron? I don't know, we've still got plenty of room left in you. But yeah, like I said, one of the ideas I was thinking of was building like a little showroom for mechs. I can't debate the best way of doing it though, because if I just have a room full of mechs and subgrids, probably going to be a bit clangy, but I was also thinking maybe I could project them, but that'll probably just create similar issues, because projectors essentially just, as far as the game's concerned, it's just another set of blocks. So I'm trying to figure out the most server-friendly way of making a showroom. Maybe some projector tables with blueprints in them, and you can just turn on the particular table to see what blueprint is in there. Maybe take some custom screenshots of a few things, and then kindly ask Substitious if you could add them to the texture LCD mod. I'm not sure yet. I'll figure out a way. Space Ace needs a mini drill drone you can set in the seat and remote all programs you can be lazy. I do have a mining setup exactly like that. That I do kind of need to build. I'm trying to avoid making a mining rig though, because I don't really want to do massive amounts of mining. I quite like Aegirs' approach to the gameplay on this server, of just sort of the kind of staying in your lane idea. Like, I would rather go and see one of the other players and interact with them and go buy bits that I need off them than make, like, the world's most overpowered mining rig and just have everything. I just go and mine everything as and when I need it. I'd rather do it a little bit more fun and go and buy stuff off other people, so I'm avoiding doing mining rigs and things like that at the moment. I might, however, build some more mining rigs and put them in the showroom for the mining players. I know there are players whose entire role is to do the mining. They might find some of those designs a bit useful. Yeah, like I said, I'm still trying to work out exactly how I can fit my particular style of gameplay in nicely. Right, the sun is making its way up. It should be up in about 10-15 minutes from the look of it. Once that sun's up, we'll go to the nearest station and see if there's some missions I can get to grab a few things, make some money. Because yeah, I did have I had like 700,000, nearly 800,000 saved up, and then I accidentally wasted all of it on that services terminal, because I didn't read the fine print and didn't check how many decimal points were in that price tag. I thought it was 50 grand, it turned out to be 500, so silly me. Read the fine print next time. Oh, it's not producing, that's why. There we go. Cool. What's that, Space Ace? Pop in to say, have a great and safe weekend. Yeah, man, thank you very much. Could do. I meant, like I didn't even say, I meant to do the stream on Wednesday, but other things got in the way, so I rescheduled it for today instead. Do we not pick anything up? Have I got server desync? Do I need to reload? Cannot withdraw steel plates, even though we are producing plenty of steel plates. Yeah, let's do a little reconnect. I think I've got some inventory desync. It happens when you're playing on servers. Yeah, it happened the other day. I was trying to build some interior plate. And I kept pressing the button for the interior plate, and it didn't show anything up. And I thought, is my assembler broken? Have I lost power? Kept clicking the button. Tried lots of different things, and then thought, oh yeah, it's probably server desync, isn't it? Refreshed, reloaded the game, and I had queued up about 500 interior plates. I just couldn't see it because the inventory was being weird with me. So yeah, got to keep an eye on that server desync sometimes. It's a bit funny. Maybe I do need a mining rig. I am going to have to go and mine a decent chunk of ice at some point if I want to get off planet. So I know Aragath sells all the gas, but I don't even know where Aragath's located. I'm assuming probably not on Pertum. There we go, we've got all of our steel. Lovely. Cool, right, the sun is on its way up. We will go and check out the station and see if there are some missions I can go and do. Yeah, need some money. Yeah, 'cause a few players have also offered to sell me a few bits to get me started. I'm just like, I have got no money, or at least I didn't when I started. Now I've got about 200 grand saved up, but that's still not really very much. Particularly when ships cost in the millions and billions sometimes. Let's make a few more bits. So yeah, like I'm saying, counterweight for these guys. I do need to weld that back on eventually. Get into that connector just a little bit. Thank you. Yeah, so I've just been filling these up with gravel, because gravel's quite heavy for what it is. And yeah, it's been adding a decent bit of counterweight to the back of him. He can quite comfortably lift any of these batteries now. How heavy is one of those batteries? A large grid battery weighs nearly 4 tons. That's not too bad. Oh, of course we need interior plate to finish off that last section. Bum ba bum. Right, sun is well and truly up, or it's good enough to see. Let's go and do something else. So we get these interior plates, finish off that last section of floor. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. There we go. Lovely. Wicked. It's only taken me like 2 days to scrounge up all the parts and get it all welded up. That's the wrong button. Ah, my suit's gone funky. Yay! Right, so that was pretty much most of my warehouse floor done. I just need to do the outer layer of it and then start working on the walls and the roof, but that is pretty good. I'm happy with that. Let's go and look at some missions then. Because I want to earn some money. Because I want to buy some uranium at some point, because I found a little bit of silver. I now was able to put... I've now been able to put... Ooh! fell off. There we go. I've now been able to build some small reactors on things. Because I've got the stuff for them, but I don't have the stuff to power them. So I definitely need to go and get some uranium. And yeah, I need to build a better docking platform for him. This was just a little... As you can see, this is just a completely temporary thing. Just needed somewhere for him to live. So he needs a proper docking platform at some stage. Yeah, we lift off. Where is this station? Got lots of GPS signals up there that I don't really need right now. That can go away. You can stay. That stuff can go away. It's probably despawned by now. Where's the local station? Which one was the local station? It's Novak Annex. That's the one. Ah. Let's go and get that unknown signal, see if there's any goodies in it. So yeah, I've been building this little thing. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, it's also got some vanilla, like, subgrid thruster pods on it that work alright. They're not perfect, because trying to do them with event controllers is a little bit finicky. It's not quite as perfect as using a script for that stuff, but it works pretty well. And the thrusters do react to inertial dampening as well, so they all turn at the appropriate times and places. Any goodies in you, my friend? Nope, nothing fabulous. Who? What is in there? Ah, boring stuff. That is a shame. Oh well, I'll take the bits anyway. Yeah, I don't care about little batteries anymore. Oop, game paused. Connection problem. Ah, there we go. This is fine. Yeah, it's also occurred to me I should probably put some emergency parachute launchers on some of my flying stuff. Because a parachute may have helped me not crash the Huntsman the other day. Might not have had any effect at all, but it might have helped, so I think some parachute launchers would definitely be good, particularly when Pertam's got such a high gravity. Oh. Right, give me a second. Somebody's using an angle grinder outside my window. Mate, it's 7 o'clock in the evening. What are you doing using an angle grinder at this time of day? Anyway. Right, let's go check out Novak. See if we can't find ourselves some missions. You know what? I don't need all the lights on. I can see perfectly well. I don't need the searchlights on either. Where is it? 8 kilometers away. That's not too bad. I just hope it's got some decent missions. Because yeah, I've been trying to do some of the salvage missions, and I've only found one so far that was actually on planet. All the other salvage missions I've seen posted, they're all out in space. And I'm not equipped for going to space yet. Even though the atmosphere on this planet is woefully thin. I don't have a decent hydrogen setup yet, so no space for me yet. Bum, ba, bum. Right, here we go. Oh, there's a little patch of ice there. I didn't notice that. That's good to know. There's a little bit of ice. Cool. I think there's actually some closer to my base anyway, but always good to know. You want to slow down a bit, please? Where are we? We're there. And I can't lock down in a thing, can I? Nah, you can't lock down them. Just turn it off, that'll be fine. Right, where's your contract board? It's in here, isn't it? Any goodies? Crap welder, don't care about that. Out of interest. What is the paper wasp worth? 400,000 in parts. Oh, that's not too bad. Acquisition, meh. Search contract, there we go, that's what I want. What's that, 120 grand, find a thing. Yeah, we'll go do that one. There's a couple of others, but I don't want to take on too many at once. What's that? Ah, it's in space again. Meh. So I mean, every other time I find a salvage contract, it's always out in space. I need some on planet. Where are we going? 7k that way. That's fine. Where is it? Oh, that's not too bad. Actually, it's quite a different direction from my base, but not too bad. Yeah, I quite like these search missions. They're a nice, easy way of just getting some quick cash, especially when you're getting first setup, and especially if you're not particularly used to the mission system and all that. Some of the missions can be a little bit complicated at first. Oh, that looks like the thing I'm after. Where was that? 1.5 kilometers over here somewhere. Ah. Yeah, that'll be my target. It's within 3k of that, and I have not been over here for anything else, so that must be it. Where are we? There we are. There we are. Line ourselves up with it a little bit better. Looking, yeah, looks pretty good. So yeah, I stuck a little camera in the back there. To make it easier to line myself up. And hopefully we won't just clip to the ground. Oh, no, we missed that. Try again. There we go. Successfully grabbed. Yeah, and then that should have... Yeah, take all the velocity out of those clamp rotors so they're not... Ooh, that one's... oh, it's because that one's not connected to anything. Yeah, that should be alright now. Off we go. There it was. You know what, I don't trust the atmosphere on this planet. I'm going to go around the mountain. I've already crashed one ship by trying to fly too high and then not being able to deal with the altitude. One thing I've learned about operating on Pertum is stay low. Stay low unless you've got hydrogen thrusters. Oop, I was shot a little bit. Yeah, he's not the perfect subgrid flyer, but he's not bad for a little concept ship. I need to try and tweak some of the event controller settings though, so the subgrid pods are a little bit more responsive. Hey! Wicked, we got some money. Let's go and have a look and see if that other salvage mission was still there. Or the other search mission. Yeah, because the forwards and reverse isn't quite as responsive as I'd like it to be. Oop, came in a little bit heavy. Nice, look at that monkey drill. I don't care about. Acquisition, 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 search. Cool. That's still the one that's in space, isn't it? Alright, let's do that one as well. Yeah. Oh, contract is no longer available. Oh, is it reset, has it? That Fine, I'll take that one instead then. Search area, 6 kilometers. That's not bad. Oh. Hello, Darion Mograine. It sucks we can't just whip up a cheap, quick SSTO like a KSP that'll just yeet out of the atmosphere on jet engines. Yeah, I mean, maybe you could if you strapped enough atmos on and got enough velocity, but then again, gravity would just bring it straight back down again, I would imagine. Yeah, you need a lot of force to yeet yourself out of a person's gravitational pull, because it's 1.2 Gs, so it's a little bit heavier than Earth gravity. What are we on? 76% power, that's fine. We can do another mission out of this. Another ice patch. Interesting. Where are we? 3K. It's all pretty flat around here, so it can't be too far away. Where's the thing? Oh, there's the thing. That'll be it. Yeah, that's the thing. Let's open up them claws again. There we go. Missed that. Thrusters. Wicked. There we go. Grab that. Oh yeah, that was the magnesium I found, wasn't it? Oh yeah, I found a little bit of magnesium while I was out and about exploring. So I can now build a little bit of ammunition. Which is why I was so excited to try and test out that combat mech I've been working on, but got too excited and crashed the damn thing. You know, I might go back to the base and have a look at getting the building platform, getting my building workshop started. I definitely want to get that mech fixed up. I need to redo those legs. I need to rethink that leg design. Hey! Contract was successfully filled. Or fulfilled. Got nearly £500,000 again. That's good. Yeah, you know what? I might go back to base and have a look at setting that up. Although I do want to have a look at this unknown signal. Any goodies? Bum, 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 bum. Any fabulous prizes? Nope. Cobalt and scrap metal. Yes. Fine, whatever. Few more valuable ink parts. Bum bum bum. Why did I cover that one up? Oh yeah, that's the one I can actually get to. That'll do. Actually, surprising amount of stuff you get out of those. Look at that. I'm kind of saw a grid marker then. Nope. Whatever. Okay. Off we go. Where's my base? We'll go around the mountain because that mountain's already killed one of my ships. I don't want it to kill another one. Or try to kill one of my ships. Yeah, so we got like 200 grand out of those missions. Maybe a little bit more than that. That's not bad. Yeah, need to go and buy uranium. Oh yeah, that salvage site. That's on the other side of the planet. That's probably also gone by now. Oh, there's another little ice pack down there too. That's good to know. It's not too far from the base either. Yeah, sweet. What was that? Oh, I know what that is. That's part of my base that's not connected up yet. Yeah, you definitely need your own docking platform at some point. I just need to figure out why those reverse thrusters don't kick in properly sometimes. Probably just a weird little conflict with the event controllers. We good? There we go. I'll lock you down for a minute. Oh yeah, let's pull all the materials out of you. I'll need all that eventually. Put that back in there. So yeah, I need to redo these legs, as I don't want to move those thrusters. But those thrusters, well, those hinges don't like those thrusters, because they are on the same grid. Hinges are never fond of being on the same grid as thrusters. Yeah, you're gonna have to work out a way to do that. Bum 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 bum. Oop, why have I gone that way around? This bush annoys me. It's right in the middle of one of my walkways. And I've tried, hopefully, I thought I might maybe drill out some of the ground that disappear, but no, it will not. One of those weird things that needs removing with voxel hands, annoyingly. Where shall we start? No, probably a good idea to get you fixed back onto there. Can I move you forward? No, you're on charge. Oh yeah, that was bound to happen. Put you back on charge. Just move that out of the way. I can just go back on there as a temporary charge point for him. Yeah, some bits. Call some short one computer. Ooh. Alright, let me go on there. Not a small one, a medium one. And I need tubes. And do I need 2? Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, I can't place that in the middle, can I? Because it's not got a connection point in the middle. It has to go at the top. Yeah, I'm surprised it's taking so long to use Grabby Hands mod properly, actually. For my style of gameplay, it actually makes things so much easier, and I don't know why I've not gotten into using it before. particularly for trying to replace and move mech limbs and stuff around. Super handy. And I do like to try and keep my gameplay as vanilla as possible, but I might end up having to use grabby hands. A little more often in the future. Right, you are connected back up again. Wonderful. That will do for now. Oh yeah, I need to finish that conveyor line so I can connect the two sections of the base back up. Right, we'll do that next. I need to get that done. Because I also need conveyor access over here anyway. Bum, 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 bum. Aiming weird, that's why. That's the nearest conveyor, isn't it? Let's just make a whole bunch of stuff. Fonzio, how did you manage to make ramps so shallow on the ground? Separate grids. There's no trash cleanup on this server, and I've been trying to build with that in mind, also not abuse it too much. So that is just, that there is just a 2x1 connected to the ground. It's so low. This one is just a very carefully placed separate grid, because the 2x1s are painfully steep. They're alright for people to walk up, but for mechs and things, that 26-degree angle is a bit much. But yeah, it's literally just a separate grid, essentially. Just placed close enough that it doesn't really create much of a gap. It's a trick I've used for a while for loading ramps for mechs and things. Because yeah, that 45-degree angle is way too much for most things, and even that is still too much for a lot of things to walk up. Whereas if you take one of these, that back collision point there, that tip, that can get surprisingly close to things. So basically what I just do is just get it lined up where I want it, and then weld it, build off it. And if I need to make it a powered grid, for whatever reason, you can just pop out one of the sections in the middle, pop a battery in there, and then weld it back over the top, and then it's a powered grid. And because it's just a ramp that's not actually consuming or using any power, that battery will basically last indefinitely. Right. Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. Stupid ADHD brain. Getting distracted. Yeah, of course you didn't give me the one thing that I really need. Stupid build planner. What are you doing? Taking your sweet time, or have I got inventory desync? Yeah. Oh, there's stuff in the Paper Wasp's cockpit. Ah. Yes, we'll take that, thank you. Don't need that. Don't need that. There we go. Ah. Have you made me any more bits? Bottlenecked by having a single assembler, aren't we? Oh yeah, I also found some gold, but I don't have a proper refinery to make any use of it. I've got a little lump of gold ore that's doing not very much. My refinery is too basic. Oh, hey Migosi over on Twitch, didn't see a message there. Blueprint a piston, push it on the ground. The tree, I mean. I think you need a collision with the tree. With the trees you can just grind them out. The bushes, like the bushes and the grass, I think they are just sort of randomly generated by the voxel hands. Because when I've been on my own creative games, if I want to get rid of something like that, what I'd usually do is just use the voxel flatten tool or something like that to just reset that little patch of voxels. The trees you can grind out, they're no problem. The bushes are a pain in the ass. Because yeah, if you really wanted to get rid of a tree, you could just use a grinder and grind it out, or drill out the ground underneath it, or slam into it with a rover or something. These bushes, they don't really exist in the game. They're just like a graphical sort of non-entity. But yeah, you can't really drill them out because I've done it. I've tried it before. You drill them out, you just end up with a big hole in a floating bush. So I'll just have to live with having a bush right in the middle of one of my walkways. Uh-oh. I need food, and I'm being slowly irradiated. Wonderful. Have you desynced me on the motors? You have, haven't you? I'm sure that's producing motors. It is producing motors. You're not giving me motors, and I can't see motors. Fine. I'll just reload again. Yeah, if ever you can't pick something up or find it, even though you know damn well you've done it, it's usually just inventory desync. At least from what I've experienced anyway. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. So yeah, the workshop I want to build for manufacturing mechs. I'm gonna have to do a bit of... Well, actually, I'll do a bit of digging. That'll get me... If I actually dig the stone out, I can get the resources from it. That'll probably be quite handy. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of digging and put some piston platforms and things into the floor. So I want to have a few walkways that I can lift up out of the ground to reach different bits. And then I want to try and have some kind of overhead gantry as well that can maybe lower down into position. Because building this guy was a pain. Same as building the forklift. There was a lot of building little ramps like that to get to stuff under here, and then having to remove it and then build like a steeper ramp back here to then get up and access other stuff, and then remove that once I've done that. So I'm thinking building something that's got like a little like platform, like sort of here kind of thing, you could lift up a little bit, and have something that's got overhead stuff that can drop down and maybe ladders to climb up and reach it. Oh look, there we go. Now I've got a load of motors. Sweet. But yeah, I need to get the conveyor line over there first, because I don't want to do 100 miles of running back and forth between there and there. So yeah, I need to plug that in there. I might... I picked up a cargo container, didn't I? Oh, you know what? I might just use a docking port actually, connector for now as an access point. Yeah, I might plug that in straight into that corner there, and then have the rest of that run off down there. So you know what? I might take that off. Let's turn... Oh, we don't have the right... Oh, actually, no, it's all good. Yeah, we do. I still really want a three-way corner piece, because that would be quite useful for some things. And then I've got no more parts for that. That's fine, whatever. Actually, what am I doing? This connection. Connector's here. I can pull the parts out of that. Ooh. Oh, a bit funky. Ah. So yeah, that could go there. That... I could just build an insect connector for now, couldn't I? That would probably be the easiest way of just having some cargo access in there, because I can't build them. I need to go and find cargo containers, but I can do connectors. I don't really need storage, I just need access. So that should be fine. Yeah, I need somewhere to build mechs. I also need somewhere to actually work on them and repair them as well, a little bit easier. Yeah, I was just gonna take forever because it's only one single assembler chugging away by itself. stand here for a second, wait for some of that to get built. I'm also curious to see how well the grid AI blocks work on a server as well. Because I'm lazy, I don't like having to manually fly to other places. I'd be curious to see how well I could set myself up with like a little taxi ship where I could make a trip out to somebody's base once, potentially record the waypoint route, and then have an AI block do most of the flying for me. Oop, start that soon. That's another point. I need to get a better source of food. Been living off crisps for a week now. As nice as crisps are, not something you want to live off. Well, I do have a little stockpile of Savaroid steak building up. Maybe I should start eating some of that as well. Still chugging away. Right, that's you two. Bin all them off that build planner for a minute. Oop. Yeah, it's a bit awkward, but it's at least somewhere to have some cargo access in here. And I don't really need much in the way of conveyor access in here. This is mostly just going to be for storage. But it is nice to be able to get into things. So yeah, we'll have that there. Then we can run the rest of the conveyor line round over there. What does that need? Construction components. Let's put... Oop, not that. Nope, get away. Of course, it needs more bits. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out a general kind of layout for this base. Where I want to put everything. Of course, we're at the back of the queue. Cannot withdraw 3 computers? And why did you only build me 3? Last for 7. Thank you. There we go. You do this every time, build planner. You get most of the stuff, but not quite all of it. You always manage to forget something. Thank you. Lovely. There we go. Wonderful. Right, we have a connection point there. Sweet. For now, I might take that wall out so I can get a bit of easier access to that. Oh, we're gonna have to go up with that pipe in a minute, aren't we? Because that's gonna dig straight into the floor. Yeah, we need to bring that up a bit. Oh. Also need more parts, so smack that. Oh, we need energy, not food. I'll sit in my forklift for a second. Yeah, I really wish the pistons behaved nicer side by side. Because I'd be able to make that forklift arm a little bit more realistic if they would play nicely side by side, but I tried to, and Clang kept saying no, you're not allowed to have two pistons next to each other that close. They just scrub at each other and do weird Phantom Forces things. So instead, I've got it set up like that. Can't quite lift as high as I'd like it to, because it's got to have this really long back plate on there. That's the way the pistons work. But it can lift a decent amount. It can lift reasonably high up. And it fits through a gate door as well. So I quite like my little forklift. Although I do kind of wish there was an intermediary between the size 2 and the size 1 wheels, because the size 2s looked a little bit too big and the size 1s look a little bit too small for that back end. But that is just a general scaling issue with Space Engineers. Really? Construction components again. Always getting bottlenecked by construction components. Right, I'm going to build some, but I get the feeling I might have desynced again. Build me some of those, please. Are they showing up in my inventory? Oh, they are. I just didn't build any. Fair enough. You know what? I got some more of that to build. Give me some interior plates so I can lay out some more pipes. Thank you. Sure, I built that. Desynced on the interior plates. Yes, you have. Really? Because I definitely just picked them up. Fine, we'll reconnect again. Annoyingly, being on the opposite side of the planet from the server, I have desync issues. Not super regularly, but often enough it can be a bit of a pain sometimes, but that's my fault for playing on an American server from the UK. You can toggle off the block auto rotation function with T. I don't know why you'd ever want auto rotation on. I've never found the auto rotation useful. It almost exclusively seems to end up putting the block the wrong way around for what I want. What are we on? 1 hour 42. Not bad. Alright. In 15 minutes, I'm gonna go grab myself a fresh cup of tea. Well, I got interior plate now. Ooh, look at that. Yes, I have. Bloody inventory desync. Get that the right way round, find the right buttons. There we go. Then you, I need to line you up. Probably plug you in. Somewhere around the middle. Actually, you know what? Let's do the connector thing again as an access point. So where's the middle of this? What do I make that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So, middle of 17. 9, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, cool. That is the middle. Right, that's what we're aiming for then. Wonderful. Where are we? I'm there. I want that to be around there. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh yeah, I need to connect that up, don't I? So that's. Need to do some subgrid connection stuff, so that's be one of them. That's gonna be the correct way around. Bum 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 bum. Yeah. Oh, need steel plate for you. Steel plate, thank you. Oh yeah, that needs to go in the block higher, doesn't it, as it comes over. That's why I was looking weird and confusing me. Yeah, in a second. Bum 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 bum. Doing. I'm looking for pipes. That's what I'm doing. Right, so we're getting close to the floor there. That's... It was a 2-block gap, wasn't it? Yeah, it's like a 2-block gap. What angle are they? 12s. Yeah, you're gonna have medium head. No, I might even grab that hinge setting from over here. I think there's some weird weather rolling in. Yeah, there's a storm rolling in, of course there is. Ooh, I love the sandstorms. Oh, really? 4 computers, every time. You know what? Did that. Grab that. Yeah, I don't think the sandstorms and the effects they generate help with my connection speed either. Because I've noticed on my single-player games, the sim speed seems to drop when the storms kick in. I don't think it helps very much on a server either. How do I do this? You know what I mean? I might do this one differently, actually. Ow. Wicked. Thank you very much, weather. Oh yeah, there's a slight height difference, isn't there? So... maybe I'm going to have this one aiming down. Otherwise I'll dig some out of the floor. Or actually, maybe if I start further back. Bum 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 bum. What do I do? Ow! Thank you. What? Yeah, because while I do that, that hinges then in the floor. You don't want that. Fine, I'll get out the storm for a second because it's getting worse and I can't see. Deborah doesn't like me. We'll go hide in the huntsman for a second. Reach that ladder. Thank you. Yeah. Wonderful visibility. back to the main building. Actually use this. Oh wait, hang on. I've got you there. I can heal off that. The entire reason I put a survival kit on the back of you. Oh, lovely. Right, okay. Do this a different way then. We will mount you with a corner section. I'm going to put a pipe there. Actually, we can get that closer, can't we? What end is that? That's that end. Oh, hey Outcast, how are you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Right, so if I put you there... Oh, that is now too close. Right there instead. Corner piece, have a curved piece, have a... Where the hell are you? About facing. That actually we want to be the other way around now. So if I put owl, thank you Deborah, can I have another one? I can live there, that can live there. Yeah, sweet. You can come out, you can come out, you can be medium head, you can be medium head. You can get welded and get those settings. And you can move a little bit for us. Oh, it's not going to move, it's not powered yet, dumbass. Are they adjusting the limits? Could do something. There we go, the limits moved a little bit then. Here, man. It talks too high kind of thing. You just want to be a pain in the arse, don't you? Yeah, things that work in single player, some of them don't work the same on a server, annoyingly. Yeah, we'll line that up better later, hang on. Ah, yay. Right, the storm's basically over. Good. Oh, one tube every time. Thank you, right. Right, that is you, and then we can pop one of them on there, and then we need to put a few extensions in, don't we? How did I do the other ones? It was just a conveyor extension, wasn't it? One on one end, two on the other. There we go. That's the one. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. One of them. You can have two. You can have a connector. And you... No, you're a bit close. Do I only need one on this side now? Oh, then again, it's a slightly different configuration, isn't it? So, yeah, that'll probably reach. That'll be fine. 1, 2, 1, 2. And I don't know why I ran to this one again. Warning, energy is low. Of course it is. That was good. Yeah, you're producing stuff. We'll sit in the forklift again for a second. My favourite way of recharging. It's what I do quite often in real life, is just sit around in a forklift. Oh, what's that, Outcast? Server shenanigans. Yeah. That's just one of them. Some stuff that works on single player don't quite work the same on servers because of all the extra stuff the computer has to do. Ah, there we go. Got my bits. Right, now you've got a bit more weight in you. Will you actually move? There you go. You're getting closer. Yeah, you can just about wiggle stuff that isn't powered into position if you fiddle with the limits a little bit. Yeah, that's good enough. Bum 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 bum. Place that onto there. Give that a bit of velocity. Oh yeah, we're on a very different angle here though, aren't we? So that can actually be increased. Why is that? There we go. There we go, that'll do. Wonderful, right. This section is now powered. Fantastic. Right, let's finish the conveyor line then. Ugh. There we go. I'll just hide from the sun behind this battery for a second. Okay, cool. Right, that's 2 hours. I'm going to go and get myself a cup of tea and have a little bio break, and then I'll be back in a couple of minutes. So you know what? Let's yeah, let's go sit over here. sit in that mech for a little bit. Yeah, pace is slowly getting there, bit by bit. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have like storage and production stuff over here. And then I might build a bigger building platform for like a spaceship or something over in this space. I've got all of this lovely flat area here to do stuff with. And then I might have more of the admin side of things and like a shop store and a showroom and stuff over this end maybe. Again, I've got all this lovely flattish kind of area around here to work with. But we'll figure that out as we go. Anyway, I am going to go for a quick buy break, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you very soon. Right, and we are back. Let me just turn that music off. Or turn it down, rather. Get rid of that, and get rid of that. Ruby. Right. Where were we? Right. More welding. So yeah, one of the things I was thinking about is I do need to set up a little shop, storefront kind of thing. Because while I am not in a position at the moment to go gallivanting off around the universe, buying stuff off other people, I could set up a store with some purchase orders, and anyone willing to travel and sell could bring stuff to me at the moment until I get myself to a point where I can go off exploring and looking for stuff. Because I am always going to be looking for more of the basic build components, like steel and construction components, interior plates and things. Like I said, I need some uranium ingots for the reactors for my mechs. But I'm also, like I said, not in a position to go flying around at the moment, so yeah. If I get a shop set up, maybe some people could come and sell me some things. Because I will always be in the market for more uranium. Oh, build plan is empty, that's handy. Yeah, I'll always be in the market for more uranium, and I will always be in the market for more basic bits. Not really going to need to buy superconductors or any of that flashy stuff. But I will need lots of the basic builder components. Yeah, Outcast, I am fully aware that Kaz sells the uranium. I just have no way of really... I don't even know where Kaz is based at the moment. But yeah, I know Kaz is the one who's the uranium dealer around these parts. I just need a... I need a way of getting to him. Or setting up a reason for him to come and see me. There's one way or the other, I need some uranium. Powering robots off batteries is painful. Having a few reactors here and there makes things a lot easier. Oh yeah, Aragath did offer to come and sell me some gas at some point. I need to set up something for that. Although I do have that massive hydrogen tank that's like, I think it's like a third full or something. So I have got a little, I do have a little stockpile of hydrogen. So I might be able to build something small grid that could get off the planet, possibly. But I will have to go looking for other parts to make anything large grid. I imagine the large hydro thrusters are restricted as well, aren't they? Yeah, so I need to go scrounging for large hydro thrusters, yeah. I might be able to make something small grid that can get off world. Just waiting for that. Slow arse assembler. Yeah, so I probably need to make some kind of landing pad for other people to land at and potentially connect up to and all that kind of stuff. So many things on the to-do list. To be honest, I need to make a screen somewhere with a to-do list on it. I need to put more into the build planner list anyway. Octopus ship. I have built some octopus ships in the past. I won't be able to spawn it in, obviously, but I think I blueprinted it a long time. I started working on a Sentinel, loosely based on the Sentinels from the Matrix, that has like 8 arms on the back that are made out of like 3 sections each. So I think it's got like, it's either got like 24 or 32 turret controllers on it to control each section of all the arms, and it's an absolute ridiculous creation. But it's also incredibly heavy because of all those parts, so it doesn't fly very well. Yeah, I could make an octopus ship. It's not out of the realms of possibility. To be honest, if I'm gonna make a ship, like a spaceship, with arms, I want to do something like Outlaw Star, and have like, rather than like octopus ship with loads of like 8 arms, just have like 2 big, like, sort of appendages for doing stuff, because I love Outlaw Star. I've not watched it in years. I've not got it on DVD like I have most of the other anime. I need to get a copy of Outlaw Star again. I used to watch that a lot when I was a teenager. You know what, that might even be the idea for my spaceship. I might build myself an Outlaw Star style thing eventually. What's that? Hell yeah, IGPX15, you have it on DVD. Yeah, I've got most of the anime that I like on DVD. For some reason, I don't own Outlaw Star. I don't know why, but I will eventually get a copy of that. I mean, yeah, as you can probably tell, I own basically everything Ghost in the Shell, which is probably quite obvious from the way I design most of my mechs. I tend to do a lot of spider mechs rather than anything else. Yeah, I did start working on an Outlaw Star design ages ago. Never got back around to it. But also, I would like a Bebop style ship as well, because obviously Cowboy Bebop is amazing. I need more of that in my life. Give me interior plates first. I do have a Bebop ship design that I've been tinkering with on and off for years and never ended up publishing. So I've never quite been 100% happy with it. But again, it's a scaling issue. Like, because I tried to make the Bebop and all of the little ships all to scale with each other, and the size that the swordfish ends up being, because of the blocks they were working in, meant the Bebop ended up being absolutely gigantic. way, way, way bigger than it is in the anime. Because you just can't make things small enough in Space Engineers. Nearly there. Might need to be an SE2 build. Yeah, I'm waiting for SE2 to get up to that point. There's still like quite a few kind of essential bits that are missing. SE2 desperately needs some smaller cockpits. The one, like, well, smaller control seats. So that one control seat we've got at the moment is very, very wide. To be honest, I have actually made a modded control seat for SE2. I've just not got around to publishing the mod yet. But I have made a skinny little 1 metre by half metre control seat for SE2. I literally just took the control seat model from the vanilla one and then just chopped the desk away, so it's not got any display screens, it's not got any of the buttons or anything. Oh, hey Marcus, how you doing, man? But yeah, I'm still tinkering with that mod a little bit, trying to iron out some of the things, but I think after the next SE2 update drops, I'll get around to publishing that mod. Because yeah, the one control suit we've got on SE2 is really wide, and it's difficult to make anything compact with it. However, if you just chop away all the desk, the actual seat itself is only about 1 metre wide and 1 metre deep. I think it's like 1.5 meters tall, technically. But yeah, I've got a whole bunch of little mods I've been working on for SE2 that I've not published yet. Because I've been waiting for other things to appear. Like I've made a start on some 25cm mechanical blocks. So I've made a rotor. I still haven't got around to the piston yet, and I'm waiting for the hinges to release so that I can play around with making a 25cm hinge as well. I also want to have a mess around with making 3x3 stuff for SE2, because there's a big size difference between the two rotors that we've got in SE2 at the moment. We have one this is gigantic, and we have one this is very small, and I feel like the 3x3 stuff is kind of missing from SE2 at the moment. I mean, I hope it might make its way in an official capacity eventually, but yeah, I feel like 3x3 mechanical blocks would be a very good idea for Space Engineers too. But then again, I also want 3x3 large grid mechanical blocks for SE1. I want gigantic rotors and gigantic hinges for making massive, massive mechs. Because some stuff doesn't scale up nicely. Like this guy, for example, if I wanted to build him in large grid, like block for block, I could do most of it. But the hinges and the rotors are an issue, because we don't have a 3x3 version in large grid. And while the large grid hinge is quite big, it doesn't scale up the same as that does. So if I made that in large grid, that would end up being that size. And it's just not quite the same. So I really want large grid 3x3 mechanical blocks. That is on my wish list of stupid things. 3x3 pistons and yeah, that's another thing. I want 3x3 pistons in large grid and small grid. I think they're missing a trick there, not having 3x3 pistons. They would be wicked. But I don't really know much about modding for SE1. I know it's an earlier game and probably should be easy to do in theory, but I've never really done much modding for like block modding for SE1. It's really stupidly easy to do it for Space Engineers 2, because the mod SDK is really quite user friendly. So I've been able to work out how to do that in SE2 really easily, but yeah, I don't really know where to start with block modding for SE1. I need to speak to some people about that, because I've got all the stuff I need, I just don't know where to actually start with building the mods. Because I've seen Aegirs and Engineered Coffee's custom sign mods, like Aegirs Volswing Industries block mod and Engineered Coffee's neon coffee logo, and I'm super jealous of them. I want my own custom 3D model skull face. So basically I want to make here's it. I want to make that logo, but like a 3D modeled like sign kind of thing. I could do the 3D model in Blender really easily. I just don't know how to actually get that model into SE1. Which is one of the other things I need to brute force how to learn. Wicked, right, we're almost connected up. Need to do these last 2 bits. And you. Wicked. What's that, Marcus? You want maglock environmental seals so you can build custom sets of doors that are airtight when a continuous maglock is engaged. Yeah, that would be cool. Talk to EC, pretty sure he can help. He'd do all the work for us. Yeah, and I saw him post some of his like sort of progress on doing that. Like I said, the modelling isn't the hard part. I can do the modelling. I'm just not sure how to get the modelling into the game, so I'll have to chat to him about how he does that side. Because with SC2 it's really easy. You just literally set and go in the mod SDK, and then you just basically drag and drop your model files into the sort of pre-made definition files, and it's super easy. I'm just not sure about the SE1 side of things. Why am I over here? I'm rambling. I wanted to go over here. Ooh, I need to recharge again. Yeah. Just sit in my forklift and drive around in it for a minute. So yeah, I tried to make it as much like a real forklift as possible. Oh, Mark has become a member. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I tried to make my forklift as kind of realistic as possible, but I think that 50% friction is dragging a little bit too much. That's a little bit nicer. What's that, Arkfield? Nice compact forklift. Yeah, thanks, man. He works quite well. The back end is entirely batteries and heavy armor, and then some connectors and cargo containers full of gravel to give him lots of extra counterbalance in the back. And yeah, I set the wheels up so it's like a proper forklift. The front wheels don't turn, all the steering is from the back, so you can get a decent pivot point on it. I can pretty much spin on a dime like a proper forklift should be able to. So I'm quite happy with this design. He's not too bad at lifting either. So I used him to shift all the batteries over here or most of the batteries. I'd used the big forklift for all of those thrusters, and then used the little baby one to do all the small stuff. Well, the wheel friction is a bit funny on blocks. There we go. Lock him back down again. But yeah, I'm quite happy with him. Yeah, I think I'm going to start publishing the builds that I've done on this, in this game, in this server at some stage. Once I'm happy with them. The forklift, I might end up publishing that later actually, because he's pretty much done. There's not much more I can really do to make him any better than he is at the moment. Unless the piston collisions magically get improved at some point. Yeah, just need those bits flat. What's like? You like the look of the lift sports car edition of a forklift? Yeah, I mean that's just the shapes I had to work with to make the wheel arches, but yeah, it's got a bit of a sort of low set kind of, yeah, sports car-y looking wheel arch, but yeah, it works. I'm happy with it. And then there's a couple of little, because I found these big thrusters, I scavenged some thruster components out of them, so he's got a couple of little ion thrusters that control the pistons with these event controllers here. So you can use your left, right and forwards and backwards for steering, and then you can use your up and down. If I turn that thruster on, I can then use the up thruster to lift that, and the down thruster to drop that. Might be damaging the floor underneath me a little bit, but I specifically put an ion thruster in it, so it's got as little thrust output as it can do in an atmosphere, but it's still got enough to be registered by the event controllers. Are you making bits? You're not even making the bits. There we go. It's got some good stability at full lift. It's not too bad actually. You know what? Give it a little test again. I detach that battery. I mean, realistically, basic health and safety, forklift safety, you shouldn't be lifting at full extension anyway. Well, you shouldn't be moving at full extension. Not a good idea. That is the #1 way of tipping your forklift. Is reversing with a load at full height. Ghost Prime is now following. Thank you very much, dude. Yeah, that can get in there. That can get in there. I can turn on my arm. Yeah, with all the heavy armor in the back of him and all that gravel, he's actually pretty counterweighted at the back now. So he can lift at full extension. It's not a good idea lifting or turning at full extension, but yeah, he's not too bad at moving around. I'm quite happy with my little forklift. Yeah, I used him to get all those batteries in, because it makes it super easy getting a weld pad in there, and a weld pad down there. So I've just run out of iron again. Good timing. I'll disassemble some girders to get some iron back for a second. Put the computers at the front, please. Yeah, the little forklift come in quite handy. Oh, what's that? Outcast OSHA violation. Yeah, yeah. Driving it full extension. Not a good idea. Well, I am a qualified forklift instructor. I did spend a good chunk of last year teaching people how to not drive like idiots. But I quite quickly got bored of that job. It is actually quite terrifying how many people apply for and pay for a forklift course and don't know how to tell left from right. You would be terrified by the amount of people that I trained last year where I had to work on their basic left and right. It got very tedious after a while because it was such a problem. It just got really, really frustrating having to explain to grown men that, like, your left hand side is on your left, your right hand side is on your right. When you are reversing, you don't need to swap around in your head. Left is still left and right is still right when you're reversing. It's just the direction your truck is driving in that is different. And people still wouldn't get it. I nearly got ran over like 3 times as well, because people were just stupid. Oh yeah, I need to go get more iron, don't I? Bugger. Smeg it, we'll put that back in there. What's that, Marcus? You're dyslexic, so you have methods to keep them straight. Yeah, I mean, well, the simplest one is your left hand. Hold your left hand up with your index finger extended and your thumb extended right out, and your hand makes an L shape. If you're trying to do it with your right hand and it looks backwards, it's because you're using the wrong hand, but I can get it if you're dyslexic, but there was a lot of people that very much weren't dyslexic and just did not know how to tell left from right. And it's just terrifying and shocking. Like, you're trying to learn how to lift a 5-ton machine that you could very easily put through a wall or kill somebody with, and you don't know which way you're going to turn the damn thing. And half these people would turn up in cars as well. They'd literally drive to the training centre and then tell me that they get confused over left and right, and I'm like, you drove here in a car and now you're telling me that left and right is an issue for you. Okay. What's that? Every forklift job you've ever had, they would teach you on the job rather than pay for a course. Yeah, I mean, it depends what country you're in. I know the US is a bit more lenient on sort of on-site training for stuff like that. In the UK, they will provide you with on-site training, but it usually involves hiring a like a qualified instructor, like myself, to come onto site and do that kind of stuff. The only problem is then, under UK law, you can only drive your forklift on that site and under the insurance of that company, whereas if you go to a training centre, get your own ticket, you can go anywhere you like. You can drive anywhere you like. What's that? I believe most people just get brain confused with the rear wheel drive. At least I hear that one a lot. Yeah, and I understand that, but it's literally, if you're driving backwards and want to turn left, you still turn your wheel left. Same if you're driving backwards and want to turn right.
Inventory
the back end
full.
is still going to go to the right, so you still turn your wheel to the right. The problem is people thinking in forwards whilst trying to navigate backwards. Because one of the tricks that we use at the in forklift training is when you're reversing, turn the upper half of your body, so the upper half of your body is looking as in reverse as it can, and it is much easier to do. If you just turn your head and try and if your feet and your torso and everything are still facing forward and you just turn your head, your body is subconsciously still thinking in forward, and that's when it starts second guessing itself. If you face the direction you're driving
Inventory full.
with your steering arm behind you, your brain and your arm will subconsciously steer the correct direction. And it works every single time. A lot of people are just too lazy to turn around in their seat and actually look behind them properly. Yeah, I've been driving, operating various forklifts and telehandlers and stuff for like 15 years now.
Inventory full.
So it's all kind of second nature to me. Do miss driving telehandlers though. They are fun machines to drive. They're about as close to a spider mech as I'm probably ever going to get to drive in real life.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
What's that? Because the rear wheels are casters, right? No, the rear wheel is generally, I mean, it depends whether you're driving a three-wheeler or a four-wheeler. A lot of the smaller forklifts, like 5 ton and lower, tend to be three-wheelers because they're cheaper to manufacture, but yeah, it's all the same. Like I said, left and right is still the same whether you're driving forward and backwards. It's just a matter of which end of your truck is doing the forward bit. So many people, they think, oh, I'm driving in reverse, I need to steer the opposite direction. You don't. You don't. I end up crashing your truck into a wall. Trailer logic. Oh, trailer logic is a whole different ball game. Trailer logic is actually a little bit trickier. Getting to know which way you need to turn your wheels to get your trailer to move the right direction. That does involve a lot of the mental gymnastics. I know some very good truck drivers that can get into some incredibly tight spots with a 40-foot trailer. And I've watched them do it and gone, how the hell did you even think about doing that? But yeah, I am not a HGV driver. I've never gone for my HGV license. To be honest, I don't even have an actual proper driver's license. I just have a couple of different forklift tickets. But logical, yeah, trailer logic is counter steering. Yeah, the counter steer to get it to turn initially, and then you've got to like feather your steering wheel to keep the angle. I used to work in the live event industry for a long time. I was a roadie essentially for a long time. I've met quite a few truck drivers over the years, and some of the things I've seen them, the tight spots I've seen them get into with a 40-foot articulated truck, is actually quite amazing. There was an old venue I used to work out in Blackpool quite often. They had a massive remodel a few years ago, so it's actually way easier to get to the stage entrance now. But the stage entrance used to be... in fact, I could make a little model of it here. The stage entrance into the Blackpool Theatre used to be on, like, a hill like that you would have to reverse your trailer up. And then there'd be an immediate 90-degree turn into the alleyway round the back of the arena, and it was literally about as wide as a trailer, and the road itself was a single lane of traffic because Blackpool has got a horrible one-way system. So you essentially had to back a 40-foot trailer up a hill and then immediately do a 90-degree turn with it, and have basically no wiggle room at all. And I could always tell who were the really good truck drivers because they could do that in one go. Whereas there were some that would take like 25 minutes to get around into that position because it was just horrible. But yeah, that was one of the more horrible loading bays I've ever had to work in. But they had some renovations a few years ago, so it's a lot nicer to get into their loading bay now. We still need computers, don't we? Right, get rid of that, because that'll be old and outdated. Groovy! Right, I finally have a connection point over here for stuff. Wonderful. Oh, that's annoying. There's going to be another... Oh, there's going to be a couple of bushes right in the middle of my build platform. Or my workshop. Oh well. Have to live with it. Right, I just did a big iron run, didn't I? So I should be able to make a bunch of steel and lay some stuff out and work out a bit of a floor plan for this place. Yeah, I've still got a reasonable chunk of iron there. That's not too bad. So that's the centre line. So that's gonna be the middle of the room. Let's do a bit of spectator, it helps me visualise it. So yeah, that's all going to be walled up eventually. That's going to be the centre of the room. Let's work out where the centre of that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool, that is the centre. The bush is... Yes. It is basically exactly in the middle. That's not too bad actually, because I'm going to put a piston platform in there, and I'm gonna have to drill that out, so it might end up getting kind of hidden by stuff, but that is pretty much bang in the centre of what this is going to be. Fantastic. Oh, what's that, Kieran? Oh wow, I need to move that screen over. Ghost Prime, thank you for raiding and bringing a bunch of viewers with you. That is lovely. Sorry I didn't see that. I need to find a better position for that screen so I can see it better. Yes, thank you for the raiding party. Kieran, what are you saying? Finally finished the Pathfinder. Every module is complete. All the automation is working, projector system is set up, and all the blueprints are finished. It can now self-project its modules. That's cool. That's awesome. Repair armor with automated hydrogen, battery cargo load, atmospheric transition systems. Scuttle version sits at 12,000 PCU, fully armoured is 14, almost 15. Difference is almost entirely armour. Really happy how the whole modular system turned out. Oh, that's nice. What's that, Marcus? Meant to ask how the kit is doing with the heat wave. They're not doing too bad. The last couple of days, the heat wave has kind of turned into thunderstorms and lots of rain. The other day when it was insane, I did keep finding them in odd places, just sort of spread out on the floor, trying to keep as cool as possible. But yeah, they're not doing too bad now. Now the heat has settled down slightly. Shadow Void Claw is now following. Thank you very much, Shadow Void Claw. Hey, right, so you're right in the bloody middle. That's typical, but that I'm going to change to piston. So I'm debating, yeah, because I want this to be a workshop for building. I also want it to be for repairs and potential rearming and reloading things. So I'm thinking maybe building a large grid piston in the floor, because that'll reach 10 meters up. That is plenty high for doing small mechs. And then I could pipe that in. And in theory, I can do some subgrid shenanigans and get a small connector on the end of it. So I'm going to have to do a bit of digging. Then I'm also going to need to... oh, that's fine actually, so I'll put that way around. I also need to run a conveyor line through the floor, because I want to be able to get ammo and uranium and things straight out of my storage into the robots that I build. So, we're going to have to dig a bit of a tunnel in the floor here, I think, and we need to take that out. And just for the sake of not breaking things when I start drilling, let's weld them up. So, that has a conveyor on the bottom. Lovely. You know what? I'm actually going to take the ore while I drill. It might take a little bit longer, but it means I can just pop that in there and actually get some resources out of that whilst I'm drilling as well. If it wasn't such a faff to get resources, Dread, don't let the bush you around. Yeah, the problem with the bushes is they're not like the trees, like I said before. I can drill that out all I like here, which I'm going to have to do anyway. And that bush is probably just going to end up free floating and doing nothing. Which is annoying, because they're not a physical entity like the trees. The trees, you can just grind them out if you want to, but these damn bushes don't go anywhere. So, I want the piston head to kind of sit flat, which means I need to get 2 blocks down there. Which means I actually need to get 3 blocks down to get a connection in underneath it. I just need to go quite deep.
Inventory full.
Yeah, that's why I've got that connector there, love. It is fine. Because yeah, I do also still need and still want more gravel for my forklifts. So yeah, I've been doing a little odd stone run here and there to try and build up as much gravel as I can. Because I've got a load of it. The service terminal settings on the server don't allow for storage of items in the grids that are stored, but I have got somewhere. Oh, I've spread it out amongst that, haven't I? Yeah, it's all living in a little forklift now, but I've saved up about 2 tons worth of gravel, but I definitely need to get more. What about artificial mass blocks? Artificial mass blocks are good. They are quite heavy and quite chunky. There was just nowhere really to fit artificial mass blocks into there, because most of that is batteries and thrusters. There aren't really any cube shapes free. I probably could actually... I think there's actually... Oh no, that's the storage containers. Yeah, the small artificial mass blocks are only about 900 kilos, I think. Yeah, 906 kilos. They're almost a ton each. Whereas with the containers, I can get... with the volume of them. No, actually, yeah, that probably would be a better idea, maybe swapping them over. Because I can only get 300 kilos in each of them. Yeah, maybe artificial mass blocks would be a better idea. At least for the small forklift, anyway. They don't need anything special, do they? Oh, superconductors. That is why. Yeah, that's why I've not built any, because they require superconductors, and I don't have any gold ingots. I do have some gold, but I can't refine it at the moment, because I haven't got the correct refinery. Yeah, that was the main reason that I couldn't do them, because I don't have the bits for them. What's that, Cash? You're doing a gravel run if you need it. I mean, if you're willing, if you're happy to drop some off, yeah. I mean, I actually could pay for some now, actually. I've got nearly £500,000 saved up, so I can actually start paying people for some of the stuff they bring over now. Which I'd much rather do is buy stuff off people. So I need you to be the right size, thank you very much. I am not going to worry about trying to pressurise this building, because it's not going to have a sealable hangar door on it anyway, so that is not an issue. What's that, Outcast? You're still planning to do the drive to my place? I'll load a rig with stuff. Yeah, go for it, man. Do artificial mass blocks, just like heavy armour, weigh the full amount when unwelded? I have no idea. I will go and test that at some stage. Oh yeah, because some blocks do just instantly have that weight, don't they? We'll find out eventually. Yeah, because I want a piston to sit. I want the top of that to sit flush with that, so that's going to have to go, yeah, 2 more blocks down and then all the way out to here. Drill, baby, drill. And we'll sort of head in that kind of general direction when we get down underneath. Because I can't be asked drilling out all of the rock. That'll... I don't want to do massive changes to the voxels. I just want to drill out the bits that I need realistically.
Inventory full.
Yeah. Of course, I'm gonna have to drill a little bit of a hole for myself to get out again though.
Inventory full.
There we go. Mass blocks need power. Oh, yeah, they might need power for that weight. I'm not sure. They do the full amount when unwelded. I think power. Oh yeah, the power is needed for the actual artificial gravity effect. I don't think they need the power for the weight. So yeah, maybe a bunch of small artificial mass blocks because I put 4 small containers in it, but they can only hold like 300 kilos worth of gravel each. Whereas we'll swap them for 4 artificial mass blocks. That's nearly 4 tons. It'll be just short of it. It'll be about just over 3.5 tons actually. Yeah, so I might do that and just swap that out. Have some unwelded. I'm always due to having unwelded blocks in a build though, because they tend to be very fragile. Oop. Connection problem? Oh, good. Yeah, unwelded blocks have a habit of being quite fragile, and I don't want to accidentally smash the back end of it, but then again, I could weld them all up, but the superconductors, and that might be fine. What's that outcast? Looks like we had connection issues at the same time. Yeah, it might be a connection issue with the server itself rather than my computer. I never know. I'm not one of those people that understands how the internet or servers or any of that stuff works. I just use it and hope for the best. Warning, energy low. Fine, I'm going to sit in the little forklift for a while. Yeah, in that case, I might just save all the gravel for the big forklift because I put a couple of big cargo, a couple of the standard cargo containers on the big telehandler mech because you can get loads of gravel in the back of them. And I like it having this sort of option to have like a variable counterbalance to it. There was a performance spike on the server. Yeah, I imagine that's usually what it is. Either that or my internet connection being awful. Or just my stupidly high ping messing with me. Well, 140, that's not as bad as it was earlier. Right, so we'll go down 1, down 2, and then down 1 more, and then run the conveyor line across, and then we can build the piston on top of that. Need to get down a little bit further, and dig out a little bit more of this.
Inventory full.
Waste not, want not. Go. Yeah, because I don't want to have to build an 8-foot trench all the way up there. I'd rather just dig a little tunnel. It's about the right size for what I need.
Inventory full.
Oop. Yellow box holes.
Full.
Oh, my internet's gone weird. Oh, connection's back again. Sorry about that.
Inventory full.
Not quite sure what happened there.
Full. Inventory full.
Yes, yes, yes. Probably end up having to build a trench the depth I'm going here, but... Yeah, man. Let me up the hole. Yeah, I did a similar thing to this on my original Mechyard survival edited series. I ran all the pipes on the ground so that they didn't get in the way of my mechs and various other things. Someone mentioned the other day when I was streaming, why not build overhead, and that has a habit of completely getting in the way of the mechs. You either have to build really high and go way over, or you have to be really strategic about where you put the overhead sections. Whereas if you go on the ground, you don't have to worry about any of that. But you do have to do a lot of drilling. Like I said, I could just right-click drill, but I actually want the resources. Every little bit of iron helps.
Inventory full.
Yes, 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 sweet lady. Right, we're almost deep enough there, aren't we? Oh, obviously I've been throwing all my interior plate away when I've been putting stuff in there. Interior plate. Oh no, it's steel that I need for you guys, isn't it? You're the first thing they need. Just give me a little bit of steel for now, I don't need loads. So that's going to be a corner connection. Because yeah, that is then the right height to get a piston sitting basically flush with the floor, and then I can have a small, I can have a rotor and a connector on top of that, and that'll be the right height for pretty much anything I build. And then I could build off the side of the connector, build the connector into place, and then that would lock down. Yeah, that would be cool. Right. Work out everything in my head before I get too excited building it. Gribby. Right, I need to drill that way. In fact, you know what? Let's actually... Come on, let me up the voxels, thank you. Let's actually mark exactly where I want to drill to. I didn't want the motors, I want the steel, thank you. Let's reinforce. You know what? Doesn't matter what colour it's going to be, it's all going to be concrete eventually anyway, on the floor mostly. That'll live there, that'll live there. And then we need to go. That is not a drill. I'm not going to shoot my way through the floor.
Inventory full.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Try not to blow up any of the blocks with my drill.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory
Yeah,
full.
yeah, yeah.
Inventory
There we go.
full.
What's that, Outcast? Need a trencher bot. Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of things I could. There's lots of ideas I want to try. That forklift, the telehandler mech I've made, I've got a few ideas of different ways I could use it. Because at the moment he's just basically a telehandler, but there's probably a whole bunch of different extensions I could put on into that crane, like a drill, for example. Could possibly make a drill connection for him for doing trench work like this. Might be an idea. Here at DreadTech, if you've got a problem, we've got a bot for it. Ah, we are Kenbishi Dynamics. We have our faction name, we have our business model. We have been innovating and manufacturing advanced robotics since 2019. Yeah, Kenbishi Dynamics, that is the name of my little faction.
Full.
It has been for a long time, even before I started doing any multiplayer stuff. I already had a name in mind a long time ago. I wish Kenbishi was a real robotics company. I want a real Tachikoma. I want somebody to make a real Tachikoma.
Inventory full.
I've seen some pretty good animatronic models over the years in various
Inventory
videos,
full.
but I want a real Tachikoma. Boston Dynamics are doing amazing work with their humanoid and dog robots, but I want somebody to make a proper spider mech. What's that, Cash? You found a drivable... Oh, you found a drivable path. Cool.
Inventory full.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I like Pertum more than some of the other planets. Most of it is pretty traversable by rover. Because a lot of it's quite flat in the way it's laid out. Whereas some of the other planets, there are just parts of it that are just impassable without a flying vehicle. So I was debating whether to set up my base here or on the alien world.
Inventory full.
Because I quite enjoy having the occasional threat of the spiders.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh, there's a few bits of loose rock down there. Oh. Oh, sounds like one of my cats has got a hairball. Are you okay, mate? Oh, poor little sod. Give me a second. One of my cats is not being very well. You okay? Oh, thanks, fine. Yeah, give me a second. I'll be back in a minute. Right, I'm back again. Yeah, he's fine. My boy cat just has a habit of grooming himself too much and gets hairballs occasionally. Do. Oh yeah. Right, so we need to go. Ah, I need to get some more steel again, don't I? Oh, I'm hungry again. Let's eat more crisps. So I need a bit more. Oh, thunderstorm, lovely. So that's going to go down one. Needs to go down another couple of layers. I'm going to have a piston sitting there. Ooh. That's a bit of rock there I want to get out. Let's just cut. Ah, it's all over the place. Ooh. Damn it. Yeah, because I want to try and keep... Ooh. Oh, drill the blocks. There we go. Yeah. That should be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. That was... Oh, it's one of these storms. Maybe if I drill deep enough and quick enough, I'll be safe from it. Right, so I need to go at least another block further down, don't I? Yeah. Deborah is always visiting me on this planet. Oh, I'm just getting irradiated. I'm not getting out of that quick enough. Let's go and sit somewhere that isn't horrific. Alright. Let's heal up a bit there first. Oh, I got struck by lightning. Wonderful. Why it hit me and not the mech first, I do not know. Fine, we'll sit here for a second and wait for that storm to pass. Yeah, I am a little bit annoyed that I broke this mech almost immediately after trying to test out his jump pack, but at least it was only a leg at the back. A little bit of damage to that right middle leg as well, but kill the meat, save the metal, hurt some storms, yeah man. Yeah, I tried jumping him and landed funny. Smashed pretty much that entire back leg to pieces, and then annoyingly, the only thing that really broke on here was the remote control in this gap that controls the braking for that wheel. Really annoying. It was really awkward getting him back home again. But yeah, I need to replace that. But yeah, I'm thinking with the way I do the programming, using lots of groups for stuff, I might be able to just manufacture like spare parts, like have a bunch of these wheel sections on hand, have a bunch of the different leg sections on hand, or have them on a projector so I could just sort of print them out as needed, and then could either make a crane system or use the grabby hands, because the individual sections aren't too bad to move using the grabby hands tool. It's actually not that hard. What was that? Was that going to help? No, that was a different one. That was the flatbed that lost a leg. And yeah, I'm still very grateful for that rescue mission. But no, that was a different mech. This one I tested the other day. That was a different crash, but the occasional crash and the loss of a leg is inevitable when you're testing out mech designs. What's that? Even have a roof gantry to replace and swap out turrets. Yeah, that's kind of the idea I've got for this this workshop I want to build, is I want to have things in the floor that can raise up so I can get to the under sections, and I want to have gantries in the roof that can drop down so I can get to the top sections. Got a rough kind of idea in my head. It's going to require digging a few more trenches in a few places, but I have got a rough idea of what I want to do with it, and I'm hoping it'll work. Oh yeah, so we needed to drill a little bit more down here, didn't we?
Inventory full.
Yeah,
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yeah, man. There we go. So yeah, we're nearly another cube down. How's that looking? Not too bad, but I need to go and get some more steel. Do a little bit more.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yeah, man. Let me out
Inventory
the hole.
full. Inventory full.
There
Inventory
we go.
full.
Lovely. What's that? You'll drive up on your stream tomorrow? Oh, you're streaming tomorrow? Oh, cool, man. I'll definitely tune in for that, and I'll try and be online when you do. You need to prep the rover for the trip. Yeah, no worries, man. Now, I kind of dug out of there on a bit of a wonky angle, but it doesn't really matter. It's all going to get covered with plate eventually anyway. Let me out the hole. There we go. Steel plate. There we go. So that's going to go there. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. There we go. So, in theory, I can have that piston there. That will sit there. I can pop. That's actually getting a bit taller than I'd like it to be. Might have to go. You know what, I might go another block further down. And I could not detach that yet. Actually, it doesn't matter. You know what? Drill it all out anyway. Just redo that bit. Let me out the hole. So, cut that back. Put that back. Because we actually want to put something like that in, so we've got a little bit more room. In fact, actually, no, because we want to have enough room for a rotor to move without scrubbing. So, if we used some of them, we'll have to cut the voxels back a little bit further.
Inventory full.
Yep, straight in the hole. Good shot. Well done. Come on. Get out the hole.
Inventory
There
full.
we go. No, get out of the hole. Please. Thank you. Sweet. Yeah, that needs a little bit more cutting back. Try not to get too close, blow anything up. Oh yeah, that needs a little bit of it too, doesn't it?
Inventory full.
Yeah, man. Just put it up that
Inventory
little bit.
full.
There we go. Lovely. Yeah, you see, I've dug all of that out now, and that is just a floating bush right in the middle of it all. I hate those bushes. They spoil so many builds. Just because you can't get rid of them. I wish they were sort of tied to the presence of voxels a little bit more, so if the voxel disappears, the bush disappears. Because literally the only way of fixing that, as far as I know, is to just fill that in again with the voxel hands tool, flatten it out, and it should make that disappear, but that is like the only way you can really get rid of those bushes, as far as I know. Just playing with the voxel hands. We need to cut back more of this side a little bit. But it's my pet bush, George. Yeah, he's just gonna have to sit right in the... He's gonna get completely in the way of a piston. To be honest, I want a pet spider. I want to trap a sap. Oops. Didn't think I was that close. Nah, it's just whatever. Whoops. Yeah, I want a pet Saburoid, but they despawn after a while. They literally just die. If you trap them, they will eventually just die and despawn. I was quite gutted about that. I want a mod that makes a spider companion. I like the spiders. I'm a big fan of spiders. Most people don't like the Saburoids. I like them. I want them to be my friends. I want to keep one as a pet, but the game won't let me. What's that? You want to do the spider trap again? I've made a couple of accidental spider traps on a few occasions. But like I said, if you trap them for long enough, they will eventually just fall over and die and then despawn. They've got like a timer on them. Because I inadvertently ended up catching one in my base here. When I first started getting set up, they kept spawning in the hole underneath my base that's now like the sort of main entrance. And yeah, I sat there and watched it for a while I was recharging and trying to keep out of a storm. They lasted about it was like 5 or 10 minutes or something before it just despawned again. Right, so we'll have that like that. 1, 2, and then we want to go another one deeper actually. I'm just kind of much deeper into the voxels than I realistically wanted to go, but It's either that or build the platform higher, and then I need to build a stupid ramp to get things out of it. Hang on. The internet connection for my laptop that's got my chat in it has just died. Is it back again? YouTube chat, what are you doing? Reconnect again? Ah, successfully reconnected, okay. Have you? Because you don't look like it. Oh, there you go, you finally caught up. Okay, cool, whatever. Chat is alive, that's fine. So yeah. Another block deeper then.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oop. Connection spike.
Inventory full.
Damn. Stuck in the damn hole. Let me eat.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Why not just right click some holes? There we go. Yeah, I might have to look at putting a drill on the end of the
Inventory full.
on the end of the forklift mech. And maybe using him for some trench drilling. Doing it all by hand's tedious. Right, so how far off are we? That looks about right now. Yeah, so we'd run the conveyor line about there. Yeah, so yeah, piston there. Advanced rotor on top of you. Medium head, and then small connector on top of there, and that is fairly flush with the ground, and I'm quite happy with that. So then we do a conveyor line out from there. Right, cool. I'm happy with that. Just take all that back out again so we don't blow stuff up by mistake. Yeah. Just make a wee bit more room around here. Yeah, that looks pretty good, and then right, let's get rid of you. Make a new one there instead. Yeah, cool. Right, bit more steel plate. I'll just weld that thing up. A little bit more. Take that. Yeah, suit energy is low. Blah, blah, blah. Cool, right, I'm gonna jump in the forklift again for a second. Recharge, and then we'll dig a tunnel and get over there. What's that? Learn it. Have an optional connected hotspot. What attachments you need, such as the drill, retrenching welder. Yeah, I'm thinking of. I'm thinking doing because I quite liked what Outcast did with the his multi-tool ship. I'm thinking of maybe doing something along those kind of lines, so I can swap that end connection out. Because at the moment it's a hinge with a with some mag plates on the end of it. I could probably make something in a similar configuration and just swap out the hinge section, kind of like Engineered Coffee's multi-tool ship, where he just swaps the hinges that are on the end. There's a whole bunch of ways I could do it. Do it with merge blocks, do it with connectors, do it with hinges. I'll have to have a think about that. It's one of the reasons I want to get this place set up, so I can easily hook up my mechs and try things like that without having to build 20 little separate platforms to stand on. Right, so digging oh yeah, we need to go a row deeper with that one as well, don't we? Oh yeah, of course. Come on, let me out the hole. Yeah, cool. There's no interior plate in there to replace one, that's fine. Yeah, because we need to be another block lower. Don't need to worry about spacing as much on this side.
Inventory full.
Not putting mechanical blocks in the floor.
Inventory full.
Yeah, suit lady. Ooh. There we go. So yeah, that needed to get replaced with... Oh yeah, I keep forgetting it's always steel you need to place the reinforced ones. So that is going to get swapped for that, and then that is going to run the conveyor line under there, isn't it? Come on, let me out. Let me out. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. One more underneath there. Yeah. Right, just need to go a little bit lower. Ooh, I don't like that flashing. Not really getting too close to that. Sod it, I'll just right click, drill my way out of that hole. Yeah, man.
Inventory full.
Yeah, looks pretty close now.
Inventory full.
Give me another bit of steel then, please. Base is too close, isn't it? I need to have a little bit more room behind me. Right. Okay, that should be it. So, weld up that. Weld up that. And we can dig a big tunnel over there. I need a few more parts apparently. I don't know, I've just got extra. Oh, I just had extra things in the build list, that's fine. Cool, right, so that's there, that's there. Now we just need to try and stay fairly level and just drill our way over there. Well, you know what, I might right-click drill, smeg it. You know, that last little chunk out might have gone a little bit too low. That's not too bad actually.
Inventory full.
I'll have to wait out. Actually, no, that's not too difficult. That's fine. Cool. Ooh. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Waste not, want not. Yeah, that looks alright. Oh, keep putting that steel away though, don't I? Ooh. Don't climb out of one hole just to fall down another. Oh, hey, Kenneth. Didn't see you mention there, man. Sorry about that. How you doing, dude? Right. Oop, can I get down the hole? I have to build these sections one at a time. Otherwise I'll have to make the tunnel even bigger, and I don't want to do that particularly. Just chilling. How's your day going? Making good progress? Yeah, man. I've got most of the floor done for my storage warehouse. Still need to weld up a few bits around the outside of the room and then start working on the walls. And I've got a little forklift and a charge point for it. But yeah, I've got the floor of my storage warehouse is nearly done. I've got a few docking stations over there for various things. And I am just trying to set up a workshop for, like a proper workshop for building and repairing mechs in. Yeah, we need a bunch of parts. But yeah, progress is not doing too bad. Did a couple of missions earlier, made a little bit of money, so I am not a destitute peasant anymore. I've actually got a bit of cash behind me. And I've got a decent little flying ship for going and doing some of the search missions. So yeah, not doing too bad. Although I did crash one of my mechs the other day. while I was testing it, and I need to repair him. Which is kind of why I'm making a good start on... Oh, damn it. We'll just use my diddly jetpack and try and get out. There we go. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to make a start on this warehouse, so I can actually start repairing and retrofitting things. Yeah, it's only minor damage. It's only a leg and a few bits that need rebuilding. It's not a massive issue. But I want to rework that leg design. I want to redo the knee sections on them because the hinges are not happy with having thrusters on the same subgrid, so I need to rethink how those legs are actually mounted on. Redo that a little bit, but I have got an idea for that. It'll just be easier to do if I've got a decent place to rig the mech up to. Oh, I keep doing that, running out of one hole straight into the other. Crashing is a great way to see where it's improved. Yes, it is. It's a great way to inform you of fundamental flaws in your design. Right. Nearly where we want this to be. Need some more parts. What do we need? We only need like 2 more and then we can build the piston. Sweet. Let me up there. Thank you. Having to do a steel run at some point. Yeah, I need to build a shop somewhere as well. I need to build my little store so I can settle purchase orders. Because if someone's willing to ship it, I would happily buy steel plate rather than having to dig constantly. I would like to get to a point where I'm sort of buying all of my resources off somebody else rather than having to drill endlessly. Come on, let me out the hole. Fine, we'll just fly sideways. We usually get out of it. There we go. That by mistake. Right, you can live there, and then you can be a corner section, and the piston can live on top of you. Wonderful. Oh, let me out. Let me out. There we go. You say it's all a parts build planner, but it never is. Oh, what's that outcast in the game chat? You're watching my stream, the connection issues match with his. Yeah, like I said, I think sometimes the connection issues are the server itself, so it probably affects everyone all at the same time. But I'm not one of those internet wizards that knows how any of that stuff works. Bum bum bum. Right, is that my motors? Finally. Fantastic. Let me just say hello to everybody in the in-game chat. Right, cool. So we have conveyor line over there now. That is all correctly joined up, isn't it? Build info, conveyor network. Lovely. And then that little red bit's the section I've not built up there. Wonderful. Cool. Right, so we are going to have a piston in there. Of course, I need steel plate for it. Want to make me some steel plates? Thank you. Thank you. Doesn't really matter which way that gets mounted particularly. What are my iron reserves like? 6,000. That's probably going to run out a lot sooner than I think it is. What are we on? Nearly on 4 hours. Then again, it is Friday night, so I might go for a little bit longer this evening. In fact, yeah, I'll probably do like another hour. Why not? It's not like I'm going to be doing anything else after this stream anyway. I'll just be continuing to play on this server for a while anyway. Cannot withdraw modes. Oh, waiting on them. Right, bits successfully retrieved. Wonderful. Right, that's you, and I need parts for the piston head, don't I? That bush would have to have been right in the way. Right, so you get to live there. You should, hopefully, move with little issue. Yeah, and then that can reach pretty high for most things I'm likely to build in here. Well, then again, that doesn't actually look as high. Oh, then again, we are going to put a rotor head on top of it, aren't we? So I'll get us an extra block higher. Because I want a way to connect stuff up. Oh. need parts to build you. Oop. Right, advanced rotor, you are gonna face that way round. I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna stick a medium head on it. Stop it. Is that even making bits? Nope, I didn't put anything into production and I need to recharge. Let's go sit in the little forklift again. And just drive him around for fun while I recharge. So yeah, I gave him some speed settings as well. Because obviously you don't want to be driving a forklift at 50 miles an hour and doing sharp turns or you will topple over. Like that. Oh dear. That was interesting. Oh, you're quite heavy, aren't you? And you're actually heavier than I thought now. Can I get you back over? Or have I rolled you and gotten you completely stuck? There we go. Yeah, there we go. And that is why I gave him some slower speeds. Set into a nice steady 10 meters a second, so he's not racing round stupidly. Clang demands a sacrifice. Clang gets plenty of sacrifices off me. I basically have a standing order with Clang. Although, these wheels are not digging driver on the voxels. You know what, that's close enough, that'll do. Also, pistons are a little bit scrubby, so he's probably prone to clanging out once in a while. I feel like that piston might be a little bit too low now, but yeah, we can always change things up. In fact, the best test will be yeah, the best test will actually probably be get that at full extension, bring the other mech over, actually build a floor for him to drive in on, and see where that sits in relation to the mech. Bum 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 bum, I run 5k. Not too bad. You know, I'm gonna have to go and do another iron run eventually. Oop, down the hole. Oop, down the other hole. Right, let's just lay out some temporary flooring. This will all get swapped for more detailed blocks eventually. Well, I just want something in place that I can actually drive on for a moment. Oop, down the hole again. Ooh, missed one. That should be wide enough to get him round here. I just need to... Oop, there's a big gap there, because that needs a different block in it, but I'll put the thing I want to put in there later. Just finish that off for a second. Oh, and then obviously need a way in. We will just do that for now. That should be fine. Fairly close to the ground, shouldn't be too much of a problem. Although I did manage to fall down the one hole that I'd left in there, obviously. Oh, Sleeper 777. Everybody loves a persistent bush. Reminds you of when you worked in a warehouse. Yeah, I've worked in quite a few warehouses myself over the years. Right, let's get you to limp over there. You're missing your back leg, but you should be able to drive over at least. Oh, get off the ladder. Although one of your brakes might be a bit knackered. I don't know, there you go. You're okay. Yeah, you can still drive. That's why I like building hexapods, because if you lose a leg, you've generally, unless you've had a massive catastrophic accident, you've generally got enough left to keep yourself stable. It's just he's a bit jank with his walking, because he's missing a back leg. Some of his leg settings have gone a little bit weird. I need to fix some stuff. But we drag you over here. Oh, that's plenty high enough for lifting up a mech like him. That could lift him way up in the air and still have loads of room to get under. That would actually be fine. Let's drop that piston back down. And yeah, that usually drops in low enough to drive in and get that connector on top of what is actually going to be that eventually. Yeah, that will be fine. That will be fine. Cool. Right, that needs welding, and then need to finish off some more flooring. But we have just ticked over to 4 hours, so I am gonna queue up a whole bunch of stuff. Probably rinse the rest of my iron. And I'm gonna finish off this little bit of this here. We'll do a bit more work out here. Obviously I'm waiting for the sun to come back up, but I might just leave the huntsman sitting there because he's got a bunch of floodlights on him. Makes seeing stuff a little bit easier. And he's got 2 days worth of charge sitting there idling, so that is fine. Yeah, we'll just leave him sitting there. In fact, I will sit in him for a minute, because I'm going to go and have a little bio break and grab another cup of tea. And we'll do another hour of the stream, because why not? Yeah. Don't go anywhere, I'll be back again in a few minutes. Right, back again. That back down. Get rid of that. Get rid of my little mini-me engineer. Okay. Right, what are we doing? Oh yeah. So, I need to weld that up. And that could be that, and I can build like a little platform around that in like small grid blocks to try and cover that gap a little bit so it's not just big pit I can fall into and get stuck. That would be fine. Because yeah, my idea is to kind of bits. Have something like that. I'm going to paint it a different colour. But then I can essentially just, when I'm building a mech, I could just do something like that, or even do it with merge blocks. And then, once that's in place, I can have that. That could be the bottom of my mech, and then I can build right off of that, build the mech, and then when it comes time to bring it down, just disconnect that, and then mech is free. And then for the purpose of fixing them, just dock them up, lock him down that way. Wouldn't even need to merge them. I'd only need that for things that I'm building from scratch. Yeah, you can have something like that on all sides. Oh yeah, we need to think about that a bit. So that'd be that. That'd be that. That would be that. I haven't got anywhere near enough steel to weld that up yet. We need loads more. Probably another iron run in my future somewhere. Yeah, then that can just be the little well to house all of that stuff. So, you would be workshop. Oh, there's going to be all sorts of pistons in here. You would be build platform. In fact, actually, no, we'll call you the docking pistons. That's what you're going to dock up to. You could be the docking rotor. I'll just have you at 0 limits for the moment, so I don't actually need you to turn, I just need you for the small grid connection. And you can be the workshop docking port. Let's not have you for parking on there. Don't want you accidentally detaching things. Yeah, that's not too bad. And I will have that section hazard stripes. Yeah, we'll just build a floor across there then after that. That's all that really needs. Might build some access down to that conveyor line at some point if I need to. Probably would be a good idea, but I'll think about that later. Oh yeah, colour. In fact, I need to decide what colour schemes any of the walls are going to be anyway. Oh yeah, and then we've got another bush the corner of the room being in the way. Wonderful. Right, so that's the fundamental parts that I need in there. Oh, actually. Yeah, that's that. What I'm... Oh, you know, I need to do the floor first, because I need a computer. Not a computer. Actually, I do need to build a computer to control stuff. I'll figure out where that goes once I figure out the floor pattern. I want to put some stuff in here. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? What can we do to make this floor look cool? We've got all sorts of really nice detailed blocks now, doing floors and stuff with. We've got them and we've got the actual floor blocks themselves. Oh, I think I've got an idea of a cool pattern. You might have to move out the way though, mate. I need to get underneath where you're sitting. Yeah, I can't wait to get him fixed up and redo him a bit. Because the overall design and shape is working quite well. It's just a few little things that need changing. Yeah, this floor, I want... What do I want to do? I want to do... There's the doorway. That's the doorway. So I might leave that. There's a steel block. I need an interior plate for them. Oh, we don't have any, and we've run out of iron. Right, fine. Iron run again. Jump back in the workhorse for 5 minutes. Yeah, definitely need to set up a shop and set up some purchase orders for some steel. I would be much happier to buy steel plate and to have to keep mining for it every half hour. Plus this iron deposit that's right next to my base is starting to run dry, I think. I've dug out quite a little chunk of it now. Where's the hole? There it is. Although I think it does go further back that way, so there's... Oh, then again, I'm cutting through to the stone there, so yeah, I think I might have almost completely tapped this resource. And I emptied my inventory for a change. That's clever. Yeah, I've got a decent vanilla auto mining sort of setup. Might build on this eventually. In fact, that would probably be a quite good experiment for when I set my building workshop up properly. Because I could go into one of my single player games and just break the thing down into its separate blueprints and then see how easy it is to print out the separate sections and then attach them together on this server. Because I really like Apology's ridiculous robot, like automated
Inventory full.
factories and building platforms and stuff. Wouldn't even know where to begin building something like what he does, but something along those lines. It's kind of semi-automated. Oop. Alright, server. I will walk slowly down the hill. It's fine. Yeah, this iron's running out, isn't it?
Inventory full.
Yeah, there's just scrappy patches of it in most places. That back wall there's still got a decent amount in it, but I get the feeling I'm going to run out of this in the next day or so. I'm going to have to go start mining some iron somewhere else. To be honest, I might build the mining rig at some stage, test it out for myself, see if it works properly, and then just sell it to someone, see if they want to buy it.
Inventory
One
full.
of the other ideas I've had is I'm always sort of continuously redesigning and upgrading ideas. I've already got ideas for an upgraded workhorse and an upgraded flatbed, so I'm thinking maybe once I've built myself a new model, I could just put the old model up for sale, and just use rough, like, more or less whatever price a station will give me for it in salvage, and just say to the players, if you want to buy it, give me that much money. Because he's worth about 400,000 according to the salvage terminal at the nearest station, so yeah. When I build myself a new one, I'll probably quite happily sell the old one.
Inventory
Sell
full.
last year's model.
Inventory
Yeah,
full.
kind of. Pretty much
Inventory
outcast.
full.
Oh. Because yeah, I don't want to like, I don't want to mess with like Aegirs like shit mods or anything like that, or ask for my mechs to get put into the economy system that way, because then I don't make any money off that. That just mean my mechs are in the list of purchasable things. I want to be able to actually sell the mechs myself in some capacity and make the money for myself. So I'm thinking, yeah, something like that. I've got a few ideas of how I could do it. But yeah, selling the old models once I've built myself a new one is definitely something I've considered, because what'll happen is I'll build a new one and the other one will just sit, probably just sit in my services terminal not doing anything, because I've got the new one now. So yeah. So I think it was it Varian, I think, said they were quite keen on getting a workhorse off me. So when I build the next one, yeah, they can probably buy this one off me then. Or I've considered, like I said, making a showroom and then building them sort of custom order. Player comes over, checks out my showroom and says, I would like that one, and then they can put like a down payment on it and pay off the rest when I finish building it or something like that. Yeah, they were measuring the ship because they said they were gonna retrofit it to fit one, so yeah. I think I've pretty much got one sale already lined up, more or less. Just a case of making myself a new workhorse. So yeah, I could just retrofit the one I've got, or just build a new one from scratch. And like I said, someone else can have the old one, and I can have my new one. Right, so, interior plate was what I needed, wasn't it? And did we line any up to build? No, we didn't. Because yeah, there is a couple of like shop, like store block mods you can get where you can put your own blueprints into them, but it's a lot of faff and there's a lot of script based stuff involved in it, and the ones that I've experimented with, they're not too keen with rovers and land based vehicles. They have a tendency to spawn the thing 30 foot in the air and then it just drops, because they're more designed for spawning ships than planetary vehicles. But it'd be nice if the store blocks, you could just add your own blueprints to them and it had like the same kind of spawning mechanics that the services terminal has now, where you can pretty much pick a specific spot to drop it into. That would be quite cool. So yeah, I want to paint that colour. I have a bunch of them across there in that middle section. Might do floor bits in there. I quite like these decals. I really like all these floor decal sections, they look really nice. Yeah, it's gonna have like a little line like that running down the centre. A couple of pipe sections around the side. We'll do a matching thing to go over here. Oop. Where are we? It's that row. Ooh. Ah, fuck off with your double click. Oh, one too many. Yeah, and that connector can just stay there, and that can be my access point for the conveyor system. To be honest, I quite like using those inset connectors for things like that. Does it line up as nicely for the large ones? Oh, it's already there. No, it doesn't line up as nicely, but for the small grid stuff, those access panels sit really nicely over the top of the small grid inset connectors. They work really nicely. It's not quite big enough for the in the large grid scale. But they make quite nice covers for them. But I don't mind having that sitting there. Another thing, some of the settings definitely don't need parking lock and definitely don't need magnetic strength on the wall. Bum 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 bum. You know what? While we're waiting, while I'm figuring out stuff, queue up a bunch of that gear. Get that producing while I'm working stuff out. Bum, 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 bum. Right, so that's going to be the door frame. That'll be something else entirely. And down here, I want more floor blocks, I think. Might do. Yachts. Oh, yeah, smacked by Deborah, thank you. Might do. Big line of those hazard stripes down that side. I'll do the same thing here. Of course, some of this is all going to have to change eventually when I start figuring out where I'm going to put platforms and things. And yeah, that's also something we need to work out, isn't it? Yeah, that'll look pretty sweet, I think. Start welding some of it up. Oh yeah, I'll also have to figure out some lighting as well. Ow! Smacked in the head again. Thank you, Deborah. You're so nice. Ow, smack the base again. Always waiting on construction components. That's because actually, oh no, interior plate. Still accidentally dump stuff in the wrong place though. Yeah, bottlenecked by my assembler again. Fine. Nah. Yeah, I've got a few plans for more interstellar, well, interplanetary kind of shit. I was wondering if I couldn't do... Let's get out of the storm for a second. I'm actually able to heal up a little bit. I was wondering if I could do something kind of similar to like one of my mobile bases that I've built, like one of the hive bases, and then slap some hydrogen thrusters into it, and then have like an interplanetary spider ship, like something that can fly between planets but doesn't necessarily have to rely on the hydrogen fuel. Once it gets to a planet, it can have the option to walk and drive around like these mechs do. Obviously I need to go scrounging for lots of large grid parts because I can't make hydrogen thrusters. I can't make big hydrogen thrusters. I don't think I've encountered any yet either. I've only found large atmos and large ions so far. The ions will be helpful for space flights, but I need the hydrogen to actually get up to space. I'm not getting off this planet with just atmos and ions. That ain't gonna work. Or I could do some horrendous subgrid shenanigans and slap 200 small grid hydrogen thrusters onto a large grid ship. What's that? You've got a good number of hydrogen and thrusters. Then, once I've saved a bit more cash, I might have to come and buy some off you. Ions I'm good for. I've been finding lots of them at salvage sites, but I haven't found any large grid hydrogen yet. So I'd definitely be interested in buying some large grid hydrogen thrusters in probably mostly small grid, the small large grid hydrogen thrusters. Such a stupid way of saying things. So yeah, I don't think anything I'd build would might have space for a large grid one, but they're also massively heavy and I imagine probably a lot more expensive. Ow. Thank you. Thank you, Deborah. May I have another, please? Ugh, it's always short. Thank you. Queue up even more stuff to build. Ah, there we go, lovely. You know, I was doing third person a bit. Gets a little bit claustrophobic doing everything in first person. I'm waiting for things again. Here we are, waiting on things. Ooh, I'm getting battered by Deborah again. Let's go and heal up. Yep, oh, literally, as I say it, your health is low. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you so much. Why is there stuff in your survival kit? Oh, that was that one. I want that. I want to get rid of that. $300 construction components? No. I don't need 300 of them like that. That's ridiculous. need is tubes. Take the tubes, please. Thank you. Ugh, my health is low again already. Deborah does not like me. Yeah, Deborah's a cruel mistress. She likes slapping me around. Well, it looks like the storm's easing off now anyway. But it's what I get for settling in the desert. But I find the desert biomes on most of the planets tend to be the flattest. Either that or the Arctic ones. Some of the polar regions tend to be quite flat as well, but I like Pertum. It's mostly flat. It's good for mechs and rovers. Even if the gravity is a bit horrendously high. Yeah, you'll probably do the... Whoa! What? Okay. Server weirdness. I thought I was getting catapulted then. But the server decided no, I wasn't. I don't know what happened there. Always waiting on them tubes. I need a speed module, but I think the speed modules are... all the module stuff's restricted as well, isn't it? Yeah, they're all restricted too. Damn. So I would have to find a speed module for my assembler and then carve the hell out of the building trying to get it inside. That's not going to work. We're good. How are we doing for iron? I'm rinsing through it at a ridiculous rate at the moment, and we are down to 6,000 again. That will disappear way quicker than you think it will. Especially with the basic refineries, they don't have the greatest rates compared to the big ones. I've only found one big refinery so far, and it was on somebody else's mission, and I didn't have the capacity to take it with me at the time. But then again, I also really don't want a big refinery. Particularly. I think the basics are only Stone. Yeah, it's just that processing rate. The bigger ones have a better ratio. The smaller ones are a bit crap. Plus you can put modules on the bigger ones as well to make them a little bit more productive. Like I said, I want to get to the point where I'm buying components off people rather than relying on one piddly assembler to do all the hard work. I kind of looked out with that base that I found. It came with an assembler and 2 basic refineries in it. So, of course, I'm always one short, aren't I? Thank you. Yeah, because that would be the centre liner then. That's just going to be... That's steel construction components and interior plate, isn't it? That I should have plenty of. You know what? I don't need 270 of them. I don't know why it's queued up that many. I'll leave that, I'll leave that, I'll leave that. Let's just make a whole bunch of that stuff. Because that's all I need for the floor sections. Where are we? We'll do the middle of the room first. I need to queue up some of that first. Yeah, it's not looking too bad now. Oh, of course I'm one construction component short of building that last block. Of course I am. Build me some of them, please. Thank you. And that was just going to be more floor panels, wasn't it? Yeah. Grab some more bits then. Right, let's roll you back into place as soon as I've got a good chunk of that floor in. And I can try and work out where I want to get the building platforms. Yeah, you can roll into place here. All we have to do is get you sort of roughly lined up. Yeah, roughly lined up with that. That is, yeah, more or less close enough. So that's pretty central-ish. You are slightly skew F, but that's fine. Ooh, Stop it. Yeah, because I can have that on a button that raises up, and then when it detects a connection it could stop so it can line up properly. Then we can lock that down. It's probably going to become a hideous jiggly mess, isn't it? Probably. Yeah, that is quite wobbly, even with that on. Does increasing that help at all? Or is it just going to be a jiggly mess and I'll probably have to make it a fixed point? It does seem a bit jiggly on the server. Maybe I'll just swap that for a regular connector. Ah, but then I'd still... That'd be a way to convert it to small grid still. That's going to be an issue. How high can that piston lift? That is only... Oops. Oh, you got a half extension there. You can actually lift stuff quite high. It means I can build something quite large. That's actually way better than I thought. Doesn't seem too jiggly. Because yeah, I want to be able to lift you up so I can actually get your wheels and stuff. No, we don't wish to respawn. No, stop it. There we go. Ow. Yeah, because I want to be able to lift you high enough that I can get onto you and work on you. And lift me up higher means I need to be able to reach the world stuff, which can be awkward. So, oh, smack you in the face. I think the best way to do some platforms that will allow me to move around the mech and do things. Maybe have a piston platform here. It could lift me up there. That would probably be quite handy to have. Yeah, I'll think about all that at some stage. Ow! Stop smacking me in the face, Deborah. Stop being mean to me. I would have hid in there for a second. Oh, what's that sleeper? You run around like me, normally about 30%. Yeah, I'm usually on the brink of starving to death. Like I said, I've only got kelp crisps to live off at the moment, so... That storm's really thick. What we are? We're only 10 minutes from the end anyway. I'm going to wrap this stream up at 5 hours, because that's quite a long time and it's getting fairly late now. I can't be chatting away on mic at full volume much longer. Otherwise the neighbours might complain. Yeah, that's pretty good progress here though. Do need to think about lighting eventually. I actually ended up building this warehouse way bigger than I expected, but you know what? It's good to have a big space to build stuff in. For now, I will just weld up some more of the floor, I think. You know what? Don't need that many of them. We'll take a bunch more of them, though. That's the wrong thing. No, you know, we'll start at this end. That's an idea, actually. Could potentially build a piston platform in the floor there, and maybe have some catwalks attached to it that sit across the top of these blocks. It could lift me up and I'd be able to get access underneath. Might have to experiment with that idea at some point. Yeah. Steel plates. Oh wow, that actually really hurt. The next one's gonna kill me if I'm not careful. Deborah loves being mean to me. Ow. Yeah, that'll do. Where are we up to? We were up to... Oh, just around in a big circle. Need more steel. Need more stuff. More steel, more plate, more components. Let's just do a bunch of them. Ow. Once again. Oh, Deborah, you're so mean to me. Stop doing that every 2 seconds. Oh. Is that just like one last little slap as the storm fades away? Is that what that was? Always need more stuff. Oh yay, the sun's coming up as well now, finally. Right at the end of the stream. Of course it did. What are we on? 2k, just over 2k steel. That is going to run out very soon. I'll have to do more iron mining in a minute. Boring. You know what? I'll take it out of there. There we go. Otherwise I'll forget and I'll miss that. Oh. That's straight past it. Alright, well, I'm quite happy with the progress I've made today. Did a couple of missions and earned a little bit of cash. Made a good start on this workshop. Have I got any more? Build me some construction components, please. More steel, obviously. Ah, two more, typical. Where was it? There it is. Oh yeah, that's a good section of the floor, and that has just ticked over to 5 hours, so I think I'm going to leave this stream here for now. And that's a pretty good place to wrap it up. Made a good little bit of progress there. That floor's almost done. Made a good start on the floor plan of that. Yeah, there's actually way more room there than I was expecting. But that's good. I can have... In fact, I could probably use the space at the corners to keep a bunch of spare parts and stuff. Yeah, I'm quite happy with the progress I've made so far. Things are connected up. Floors have been built, mostly. And it's all looking pretty good so far. I'll probably, hopefully by the next stream, have this dude fixed up and ready to go and go play with. Hopefully test him out and find some pirates to scavenge. I did find one pirate base, but it was very heavily armed, and I hadn't built this guy yet. Probably not there anymore, but I'm sure another one will pop up sooner or later. But yeah, I'll be back on Sunday for more of my Masters of Motion Hive base build. I need to get back into that. I've only got, what is it, it's beginning of July now, so we've got like another month and a bit before I need to wrap that up. So I'll be back on Sunday for some relaxing creative building, and then I'll be back again with this again next Wednesday. And then I should have another episode of Mechyard Engineering out at some point in the next week. I've just been a bit busy doing other things to get that sorted out yet, but yeah, that episode should be done in the next week or so, and in that I'll be going into how I do all the subgrid wheel control stuff for mechs like this, with all the turning and driving and the steering stuff without using scripts. So yeah, stay tuned for more things, and I'll see you all next time. So thank you for watching. Thank you to Marcus for becoming a member. Thank you for the people that have become followers and subscribers and all that jazz. Thank you for the people that raided with other viewers from other streams. And cheers guys for the general banter and chat. So yeah, I will be back again in a few days. So yeah, see you soon. Goodbye for now. Have fun guys.